with the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there, all of them, everywhere. You name it, we're there, I think. At least that's what I've been told. Plus YouTube and 97.3 HD2 if you like listening in crystal clear high-definition radio. This is the spot for you. Joel Klatt will be with us today at 8:30 for his first of the regular Wednesday at 8:30 appearances, and that'll be on video. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see Joel, who's going to be at the Fox Studios. Should look good, feel good, smell good, the whole deal.
Have you girded your loins?
No, not appropriately. Not as much as I would like to, but I'll be doing some girding.
Did you watch the Ohio State game?
I watched it 2 weeks ago. Does that count? I will be girding over the next 2.5 hours as we get ready for Mr. Klatt to join us and probably insult me and be mean to me, and I just have to take it because he's very cocksure of himself. I'll say that. But I don't want to start there today. I don't want to start there. Let me start here. Last night was not the best Mariner win of the season. Okay? It wasn't. It was not their best win of the year. In fact, no win over this Cardinals lineup could be considered their best win of the year. That Cardinals lineup is bad. Dear God. But, it might have been their most fun. That might have been the most fun Mariner game of this season. I don't want to be prisoner of the moment. I know it happens, and maybe that's why I'm sort of covering by saying it probably wasn't their best win of the year. They've had really nice comebacks and done a lot of different things against good pitching and good pitchers and good teams, and the Cardinals aren't really any of those, and what they saw last night was not any of that. So it can't qualify for best win of the year status. But I think it was the most fun. Just a fun game. Great home atmosphere, crowd going crazy, a lot of reasons to get down to the ballpark here as they got, 5 more left in this homestand, 1 tonight against the Cardinals and then 4 against the Angels. This team reacts really well to all of that vibe, all of that energy, all of the whole thing with the crowd, and they love it. And they've played up to it, as Brock said the other day, unlike some of the previous iterations that have, for whatever reason, pulled the old El Foldo every time the crowd gets really into it and the city starts to believe in them. This team does not seem to have that. Now, they go up and down for other reasons, but it does not seem to be built in any way on crowd support in a negative fashion, which is great. But it also had just some individual moments that I thought were pretty incredible. Randy's home run was launched, absolutely torpedoed into left field. Oh, my gosh. Naylor with his home run and just the intensity. Lyle, you've been waiting to see it. The Josh Naylor crazy factor. Did you get enough of it yesterday? Was that enough for you?
He wasn't quite rocking the baby, but yeah, that was good.
You can't rock the baby yet. It's only September 10th. Last night was just the 9th. You're playing an interleague game against a bad Cardinals team that has all of its best players hurt. You can't rock the baby yet. You don't want to. You got to leave something on the table. But for the time and circumstance, I thought you saw a pretty fired up Josh Naylor.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty fun. He's kind of awesome. And Randy, I think Randy, this was texted to me last night by a friend, but I think he's right. Did Randy add some elements to the home run celebration last night? There's a lot going on that 25-minute walk around the bases. There is a lot going on.
So he does the basketball shot before he gets to third base.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing at first base, too.
I was going to say that was the first time I've seen him do the rock, paper, scissors thing.
Yeah, it was new. And Cecily asked me, did he just do rock, paper, scissors? I said, I think so. I'm not sure, but I think he did. Is that what that was?
Looked like it to me.
Rock, paper, scissors at first base with EY Jr.? All right. So it's rock, paper, scissors at first, then kind of trot from first to third, pause, do a jump shot at third with Christopher Negron, trot home, and then there was a whole bunch of stuff after crossing the plate. I couldn't even follow all of that before eventually getting the try down.
Oh, he's got the arm cross.
He's got to do the arm cross, obviously. I mean, that's sort of the signature move. And by the way, it's awesome. The arm cross is awesome. It might be my favorite home run celebration thing I've seen. Like, I'm trying to think of what's better. I mean, the old Bash Brothers, obviously, in Oakland 100 years ago was pretty cool, just with McGuire and Canseco bashing forearms. I mean, that was unique. But other than that, like, what's better than Randy doing the arm cross thing? Is there a better one out there that you know of?
In terms of a home run celebration?
Yeah. There's just something so freaking badass about it. Just the way he holds his, like, he's awesome. And he just looks so cool.
The other ones that stand out, Fernando Tatis does a little stutter step at third base. That one's signature.
That's not as, I'm sorry, a stutter step is not as cool as the way Randy holds the arms. It's awesome. The crossed arms thing is just sweet. Dude's fun. There's just something, he's my favorite player to watch on this team. I just really, really enjoy watching Randy, and we'll talk a little bit more about him. But I said it was a fun game. The Randy home run and 25-minute celebration afterwards was great. The Naylor home run and his intensity was great. How about this play?
Here comes the pitch. Swung on that is blasted center field. Julio racing over. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He reaches out and makes a tremendous catch. He spirals into the wall. Julio does it again. Flashes the no-fly zone, throws the ball into the stands, and a celebration in center field as Julio does it one more time.
That was, I mean, it wasn't a full layout dive, so I guess that's the one thing keeping it from being like at the top of the pyramid. But the amount of ground he covered to get there, the hat coming off early in the sprint, and just the fact that, like, he's, you know, he kind of had a sense he would get there because he's Julio, right? Like, he'll just find a way to get there. Now, I would say that this is maybe going a little far. I was impressed that he made the catch. I wasn't shocked that he made that catch. This is what Josh Naylor said about it, and I don't know. This seems like going a bit far.
Yeah, he's an awesome player. Fans love him here, and it's awesome to see. Honestly, with that catch, once it was hit, I didn't even look. I just walked into the dugout.
Come on,
because I just trusted that he was going to get it. He's a really elite outfielder. He gets really good jumps. Has a great arm.
That ball was hit to almost closer to the right fielder than to Julio. You turned and walked into the dugout? Dude, this team, when they decide to have a little swag, they pull it off, man.
I'm looking at the highlight right now, and you can actually just see
Can you really?
Naylor turn around and start slowly walking in as
Don't
Julio's running it
question
down.
Josh Naylor.
Before the ball's caught?
Oh, yeah.
That's unbelievable. Good for him, man.
That had a 75% catch probability, so not an easy catch.
Yeah, and by the way, that's higher than I would have guessed. For anybody, and that's for the average. I mean, look, there's a lot of good center fielders out there, so I get it. I mean, but Julio is at the top of the top. So that was obviously incredibly fun, just getting to see Julio make that play. And he was fired up in the dugout. He was going nuts with the Naylor home run, and just that was pretty cool. You could just see the energy back in the team. And I'm sure after the long road trip and flying all the way back, you need to do something to get yourself fired up. I thought I would point to one other thing that I thought was super fun last night. The Cardinals are bad. That's part of this. And what's that center fielder's name? Scott?
Victor Scott.
Dude, that guy might have had the worst at-bat I've seen all year. Did you see the at-bat where he tried to bunt twice? That might be the worst at-bat I've seen, not just all year, maybe forever. I mean, it was horrendous. He tried to bunt twice with runners on first and third and one out, missed the first bunt attempt. The second one was nearly at his head. He still tried to bunt it, even though it was a ball. And then he swung it like the worst. It swung at a pitch that hit him in the foot. Dude.
And then made a couple highlight reel catches of his own.
He's
right.
a good center fielder, but my God, that literally might be the worst at bat I've ever seen. Except, and this one's not his fault, because what Matt Brash did to, what's the dude's name? Sausage? That's what Cecily said yesterday. She saw his name. She was like, do they have a guy named Sausage? Sagisi? Is that his name? That at bat, that poor guy, that was not right. Brash threw him, I don't know if it's a knuckle curve or a slider, but he threw him one that started at his head and dropped over the plate. The poor guy backed away. Then he did it again, and the guy flinched a second time. And then he threw one, that started on the plate and drifted off.
Runner at first, Contreras. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Strike three. Matt Brash strikes out the side here in the top of the 8th inning. A scoreless inning for Ferguson, Buzzardo, Spire, and now Matt Brash.
And
what a
obviously,
job by Brash and the pen tonight.
Munoz would finish it off with one of his own. But that bat to that poor Sausage guy, dude, he had no clue. He had no idea where that was unfair, that he was overmatched drastically and badly overmatched by Matt Brash. That's funny. For whatever reason. So I don't know. As I said, probably not the best win of the year. That Cardinals team's not that good, but maybe the most fun. That is maybe the most fun win they've had all season. Like I just gave you 3 or 4 really fun moments of that game, and you combine that with a good atmosphere. Give them the bullpen. Bizzardo pitched really well last night. Spire did his thing. I don't know what was wrong with him. It looked like maybe he was going to vomit or something out there. But dude, that's just a fun win. Just a really fun win for the Mariners, who've now all of a sudden won 4 in a row. And it wasn't the only fun thing going on. If you looked around baseball, there was one other pretty cool moment. We'll tell you about it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
The area of the team we were most curious about,
Wyman and Bob,
was the offense.
every afternoon at 2.
I thought it was going to be closer to what it looked like against Kansas City with being able to run the ball.
It seemed awfully conservative, and I don't know if that's, hey, let's just dip our toe in the water and get our feet wet here. It just seemed like the play calling was very safe for the most part.
They're just not playing together right now.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Toyota of Renton is in the playoff chase with game-winning deals on your next ride. Score a 36-month lease on the Tacoma at $279 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The RAV4 leasing at $299 a month with $39.99 due at signing. Drive smarter with the all-hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, or the Corolla from just $219. Whether you're gearing up for the fall or chasing savings, Toyota of Renton is the place to go. Visit toyotaofrenton.com and get in the playoff chase today. Offers valid through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, title, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7540-4432-2559-1852.
O'Brien. Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit Bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
It's G. Scott. School's back and it's rally time. Time to rally around the campaign to keep kids healthy. Kids need fruits and veggies to grow strong and stay focused, but for families on tight budgets, that's not easy. Safeway and the Washington State Department of Health have teamed up and need your help. Every dollar you donate at Safeway checkout helps families in need. And with SNAP Produce Match, they get twice as much for the dollar. Next time you're at Safeway, please donate to keep kids healthy.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
They get 4 straight now for the Mariners. They seem to have shed the malaise of last week, and now they're back to playing really good, energetic, fun baseball once again. They got down early in this one, but they came roaring back.
Looks at second, the pitch. Swung on. That is crushed. It's going to go. How far? It's just short of the upper deck. Goodbye, Randy Arozarena. A 3-run blast. Demolished. And with one swing, the Mariners had the lead. It is 3-2. Number 27 for Randy. No doubt.
That's a 27-second call from Gary Hill, and Randy was still another 15 seconds away from crossing home plate and getting back into the dugout. Didn't matter. It was awesome, man. I've been told here by a bunch of texts that the rock, paper, scissors thing's been about a week or two, so it's not the first time, but he did add that somewhat recently. Just a huge play, a huge home run celebration as Randy made it 3-2. They would get more. You got Josh Naylor home run. You got Randy driving in another run later as well. Are we seeing playoff Randy? It's supposed to be a big thing. Are we starting to see playoff Randy out there? We might be. We might be seeing playoff Randy, which is pretty cool because when you get that guy, you remember what he was like in the World Series and the ALCS rather a few years ago. During the COVID year, he was, at times, the best player out on the field, running around, just almost willing his team to win. It was quite the sight to behold. So pretty cool to see Randy doing that, and Josh Naylor with all his intensity. He was he was fired up yesterday.
It's awesome. This is kind of what you train for in the offseason, to be honest. I always tell people you don't train in the offseason to be average. You train to be the best, and you train to be in a situation where now you're playing big-time games against big-time teams. You're going to have big-time opportunities within that game, and it's super fun. It's everything you dream of as a baseball player. And I mean, obviously the World Series is the end goal, so just playing hard, man. We got, I don't even know, 20 left or something like that. I don't know. But just play hard for the last 20 or so and try to get a series win every time.
He and Randy really are just my favorite players to watch on this team. I enjoy the heck out of both of them. Unfortunately, Rangers win, but Astros blow a late lead. That's what I was going to tell you. They got walked off by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, of course, who had just joined the Blue Jays a week or so ago. So they lose. Cleveland did beat Kansas City. So down to just a 1-game deficit in the West. The Mariners are right there, creeping up on the Astros. Still up 1.5 in the wild card, 2.5 over Cleveland. Finale with St. Louis tonight. A chance for a sweep. Logan Gilbert and Michael McGreevy.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks will get back to practice today as they'll look to shake off the Week 1 loss and start prepping for a long trip to Pittsburgh this weekend. Presumably, Mike McDonald has a little bit more of a plan than he said he did on Monday, and he's going to need it. Steelers scored 34 points in their opener. You'll, of course, get an opportunity for a reunion/revenge game for DK Metcalf. Is he thinking about it? His head coach said probably.
I haven't talked to him about it whatsoever. I don't know that I've seen him since we got off the airplane and got back here in a one-on-one like capacity. But common sense would tell you that it certainly does. They drafted him. He played there a number of years. Whether or not he will acknowledge it is up to him.
Yeah, but I would think it's pretty safe to say. And we know DK can let his emotions get the best of him. So I'm a little interested to see if Spoon or anybody else will try to get under his skin at all when we watch that game on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Seahawks fall to number 20 in ESPN's power rankings. I saw another one yesterday that had him number 21. So I know they lost the game, and it's not like people were too high on them to begin with. Still, the 20 to 21st best team, maybe I'm crazy. I just think they're still better than that. And, I thought there were some positives to be taken out of the first game, certainly with Sam Darnold. Daniel Jeremiah, who joined us yesterday, he thought Darnold was pretty darn good.
I go and watch the tape, and my expectation was, gosh, they scored 13 points. Maybe Sam didn't play good, or this offense doesn't look any better. And I came away from it actually really, really encouraged. I thought Sam played good. I thought he played well. There's a couple I'm sure he'd like to have back. But for the most part, I thought he saw the field well. There's the fumble by JSN. There's a drop mixed in there. But I thought he made some big-time throws. I thought the screen game, his timing stuff wasn't perfect. There was a couple other things where it's like some of the timing, I think that's going to come. But I thought he looked comfortable.
Yeah, overall, a pretty positive report and optimistic about where they could be going from DJ yesterday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Probably not really on your radar screen just yet, but Kraken Rookie Camp does open today. The vets don't report until September 18th, so you got about a week of rookie camp before everybody else arrives. And then they're going to do this 2-game series. The big one, I think, is Saturday in Everett with their prospects taking on the Vancouver Canucks prospects. It's called the Rookie Showcase, I believe. You can get tickets like $25 to go up to Everett and watch the game this weekend. And I think Berkeley Catton and Jagger Firkus and some of their other bigger prospects are all going to be there and on display. So it should be pretty cool. You can also go to watch some of this stuff. I was at the Kraken website yesterday just looking through it. You can go up and for free go check out either some of rookie camp or some of training camp when it starts in about a week. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, a lot of love for Randy, but also a lot of frustration last night with him getting thrown out, stealing a base late in the game. I get it. I know the frustration is because Cal was up and everybody just wanted to see Cal, see if he could hit another home run. I get it. In that way, it was frustrating, and obviously you don't ever want to make an out on the bases, but 2 outs, getting thrown out, trying to steal second, not really, that doesn't bother me. Like, grand scheme of things. I don't know. I mean, first of all, they were going to win the game no matter what happened. I don't know that he needed to steal second. They were going to win that game no matter what. Maybe you just let Cal hit, but in terms of, it was not, I don't know. That one just didn't bother me all that much. There are times where, you could drive me a little crazy as you break some of the baseball rules, but that one didn't really do that yet, I didn't think. Let's see. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of other texts in here. I don't have time to go through all of them, but we'll be talking a ton of Mariners over the course of the day. The Cal thing. Look, the next 4, what did we say yesterday? The next 4 Cal home runs are all going to be a big deal. The next one ties Mantle. The one after that breaks Mantle's record for switch hitters. Then you're going to tie Junior, and then you're going to break Junior. Can he hit 4 home runs in the last 18 or so games? He sure can. Will he? I don't know. We'll see. He's got to get some pitches to hit, and I'm sure that's why some people were frustrated at Randy for getting thrown out there yesterday. All right, we're going to be talking about them all morning. Jeff Passan was with us yesterday, and Jeff was, pretty predictive on where the Mariners would finish up. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the concerns about the Seahawks offense solely because of the unknowns, or is there an actual lack of talent on this team?
There isn't a lack of talent on this team, no. It's how is this talent going to mesh offensively? Because we just haven't seen it all mesh when it comes to this offense. That's why people are second-guessing. And I think it's completely fair for people to second-guess this offense and what the capabilities are.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, yeah, look, the temperature's about to start changing here. Right now, we still got some really warm afternoons, and if you don't have enough insulation in your attic, it can really start to heat up your house. But you know what's coming soon, a lot of cold weather as well, and if you don't have insulation or you don't have enough, that's going to make your house really cold. Now your heat's got to work overtime. I guess what I'm trying to say is you got to get Crawl Pros out to your house and just let them take a look. They'll do it for free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic, and they'll check the insulation. Tons of homes in our area have damaged insulation or even none at all, and that obviously is going to lead to higher heating bills, energy bills, air conditioning bills, the whole deal. Well, here's the good news. Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost. Yeah, 95% of the cost. Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule that free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. Jeff, you ever covered college football?
I wrote a book about college football, dude.
I didn't know that. Well, what is it? I honestly didn't know that. What's the book?
Death to the BCS.
Oh, I do remember that you wrote that. I forgot about that. Yes. Did you write that
Yeah,
yourself, or was it with someone else?
It was with Dan Wetzel and Josh Peter.
Okay.
So it was the three of us. This was like way earlier in my career, and Dan and Josh both had young kids at the time, and I think I was pretty much pulled in to do all the work they didn't want to do, which I was happy to do. It's like, oh my God, I'm writing a book. This is amazing.
And writing a book with Wetzel, too, is one of the great writers in our country. I mean, I'm a big Wetzel fan. I only ask because we were making fun of the way college football reporters seem to be completely cowed by all of the head coaches. Like, any question they ask, if the coach gives them a funny look, like, I'm so sorry, sorry, coach, don't hurt me. So I was wondering,
Oh, come on. Are they really like that?
Brock.
You want to play in? Well, you want to play in the sound?
No, maybe.
No, play me the sound.
All right.
Play me the sound.
I can play. This was Sark, and we have sort of a long history with Sark, but here was Sark.
Well, be careful about we.
All right, I have kind of a long history with Sark because he doesn't like to be questioned by anybody, and he's a big phony. But here was Sark when the media was asking him about Arch Manning.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to
fourth
who?
quarter. Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Why do coaches have to be turds? Like, why? There's just no need for that. Also, though, I will say this: saying that somebody's hurt because of a face he makes,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
you got to have a little more than that. I would say that Arch Manning looked like he was hurt because of some of the balls that he was throwing, but I also have been able to watch and had the privilege of watching Patrick Mahomes for the last decade or so, and the way that quarterbacks go with arm angles these days, you know, in the past it looked like they'd be hurt. Now he might just be looking for a window.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some baseball here. Jeff, polar swings, I think, is the only way we can describe this Mariner team. I had a text here from this morning at right before the show started of this guy who just says, I hate this team. I just either be good or be bad, but please stop with the roller coaster ride up and down. Could you help a Mariner fan? Yes, it's bad with the Mariners and the polar swings. How typical is it around baseball right now?
That's the right question to ask, Mike, because it's every single team not named the Milwaukee Brewers. That is what baseball is in 2025. This is going to be the big story I'm writing for the playoffs, actually. Just the up and down nature and the inability for any team to make you think it's actually good. Like, because just when you think it's good, all of a sudden they'll lose 5 in a row. And it's not just the Mariners. It's the Yankees, and it's the Mets, and it's the Red Sox, and it's the Cubs. And it's the Phillies, and I can go, hell, the Dodgers, the Padres. I can go on and on about all the teams that we thought coming into this season were going to be stalwarts and were going to be the best of the best. And even they're not immune to these whipsaw moments where over the course of 2 weeks, a team can look like it deserves the number 1 pick in the draft and looks like at a completely different time, it deserves to be fitted for a ring. So I have a hard time explaining it. I'm trying to figure that out before we run the story because I don't want to, I don't want to sit there and say, well, this is happening, but emoji shrug.
What are the theories? What are the theories that have been floated or any info you've garnered so far?
I think that it is a function of parity. And parity is not a word that you often hear when it comes to baseball because we've been conditioned to believe that in order to have true parity, you need to have a capped system. And that in a sport where you have one team paying $60 million in payroll and another team paying $400 billion, there's inherent disparity. But I think so many of these teams have been formed with the same ideologies. I really do wonder if, the sabermetric revolution's ultimate consequence was going to be that everyone was going to be some slightly different version of the same team. And I do wonder if that's what we're running into this year, where all of the ideals and goals of teams are really, really similar. Like you don't have teams out there that are constructed completely differently from the masses. And so you just have a bunch of the same teams. And the way that baseball works, you're going to have losses and you're going to have skids and you're going to have rough stretches. And it's just what everyone's going through.
With the recent heat wave of one Julio Rodriguez, he puts himself with Mike Trout and Alex Rodriguez in many areas, right? Stolen bases, home runs, first 4 years. He's accumulated numbers with those two guys. Why is Julio still such a polarizing yet unbelievable, likable superstar?
This is a tough one because I think I've said this before, but I think so many people view Julio through the lens of what we thought he was going to be versus what he is. But I got to say, boys, like since the All-Star break in particular, what he is who we thought he was going to be, right?
Yes.
Like he's been doing this for a good 2 months now. And if you look since the All-Star break, I don't know if you guys have looked at this. Where do you think Julio Rodriguez in the entire sport ranks in wins above replacement since the middle of July?
I think he's top 5. I think I saw this, right? Top 5.
Yeah, that is correct. Number 5, Corbin Carroll. Number 4, Bryce Terang. Number 3, Julio Rodriguez. Number 2, Trey Turner. Number 1, Nick Kurtz.
So is he like an NFL game? We just need to fast forward through the first 3.5 months? Just fast forward to the final.
I mean, Julio is ahead of Ohtani. Julio is ahead of Bobby Witt, both of whom, by the way, have had good second halves. Julio's ahead of Vlad, ahead of Juan Soto, ahead of Francisco Lindor, Junior Caminero and Roman Anthony in the same sort of young cohort that he has. One thing about Julio, and we look at the heater that he's been on this past week, he hasn't walked once. In the second half, he has a 2.9% walk rate. The only guys who are walking less are Michael Harris II and Ernie Clement. So Julio, like he has and will continue to have warts because I don't think that that's changing. I don't think he's suddenly going to develop elite plate discipline in his mid-20s. I've been wrong, and doubting guys who are as talented as he is often a fool's errand, but I don't think that's his style. But still, he hits the ball hard enough and consistently enough and puts it in play enough where he has a batting average over 300. The on-base percentage is, in the 330s, which is at the tolerable place, and he's slugging 600 plus. And when you do that with well above average center field defense, it makes you one of the 10 best players in baseball. And that is unquestionably what he's been.
Is he a modern day Vlad Guerrero Sr.? Just listening to you describe that, what I'm hearing,
I don't think he is as talented a hitter as Vlad Sr. was.
With the bad balls that Vlad could hit that were outside the zone. All right, maybe not. But I
yeah,
don't know,
not just that, but with the lack of strikeouts as well. Like Vlad had like an 11 or 12% strikeout rate his whole career.
Jeez.
So
incredible.
Yeah, I know it was ridiculous. And Vlad also walked more than Julio did. I get your instinct there because it's like, Vlad has this reputation as a guy who didn't walk, and he didn't walk a ton, but it was more the bat to ball with him, and plus the power that made him so incredible.
I'm trying to remember, Salk, have we asked Jeff to handicap the race at
I think
all
we
over the last couple
may
weeks?
have once or twice.
Have we asked him to do that?
We have to do
handicap?
it again, though, because I got to hear what the heck is going on with Valdez and the Astros. Framber's out of control. Like, what is the deal with the Astros right now?
I've never thought they were all that good.
I mean, so I don't either, but like, it doesn't mean people are going to start like trying to hit each other with baseballs.
Are you serious? We've got Alvarez back. We've got Altuve. We've got Pena having a career year. We've got Correa. We still have a Hunter and a Fromber. And you don't think they're that good, huh?
I think that they have a number of good players, and I think that their depth is generally problematic. And let's remember, a lot of what the Astros were doing earlier this season was a function of their bullpen just being absolutely otherworldly. Josh Hader at the back end, Brian Abreu has been, I feel like Brian Abreu is the Brad Lidge to Josh Hader's Octavio Dotel. Like, remember when Lidge was the setup guy who was just like unhittable? That's Brian Abreu right now. But Steven Okert's come back to earth a little bit. Brian King's come back to earth a little bit. Bennett Souse has come back to earth a little bit. And the depth that they have pitching wise is just not all that great. And they've absolutely run through starting pitching this year. Like, I think they've started at least like a dozen guys. And a few of those are openers, but I think they're still just trying to figure out what they've got. And I think, I wouldn't have said this last week, so prisoner of the moment caveat. I think the Mariners have as good of a chance of winning the American League West as they do of not making the playoffs. I think they will make the playoffs, but I'm saying I think whatever chance you think in your head they have to just completely blow it with the Rangers and with the Guardians and with the Royals and to an extent with the Rays on their heels, I actually think they have just as good a chance to go and take first place and win the division.
Well, the numbers show that. I mean, they're 2 games back in the division, game and a half up in the wild card. I mean, like, they're basically equidistant from either, and
but it's a little different because you have a number of teams at the bottom chasing as opposed to just one team at the top.
But you do get 3 games with Houston next week in Houston.
Bingo.
So, I mean, that's sort of the one deciding factor is whatever happens in that series could have a huge effect on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think a sweep.
How can you say when I say that and say bingo and then poo-poo it immediately?
I think it was did I say bingo?
Yes. You said bingo.
Or did I say?
Which,
did
by
I
the
say
way,
yeah?
First
By
you
the
said
way,
bingo.
What do you think of bingo? I had no idea that still existed.
What do you mean?
But we were at the JW Marriott there outside of Vegas, right next to the sports book. You know what they had?
Bingo?
A huge bingo room.
Yeah.
With about, I don't know, 300 80-year-olds. I had no idea
Heather was
that
just
bingo,
out playing bingo a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I had no idea bingo still existed in that way. So, yeah, you did say bingo.
Brock,
and you said it pretty
you do. Yeah, well, that was a mistake by me. I think a sweep. I think I was saying bingo maybe with regards to the schedule, because in my head, what the Mariners have as an advantage right now is the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think they're scheduled the rest of the way. You know, Atlanta, we've seen them get beaten up pretty recently. Then they can, Texas. I know Texas has played well. I'm still sort of iffy on Texas without Corey Seager and without Nathan Eovaldi. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Astros schedule right now. I completely screwed that up. Good job, Jeff. This is what they pay you the big bucks for.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the. You guys are probably sitting there like, what's he talking about? Yeah, I mean, they have the Cardinals suck, the Angels suck, the Royals. I mean, they just keep getting hurt. It's like they've lost Seth Lugo, Chris Bubich, their all-star, and Cole Reagan's their ace. And then the Astros after that, and then the Rockies. And I do wonder, like, I figured the Dodgers were going to be resting guys at the end of the season in that final series. I don't know at this point. Like, I think the Dodgers may be going full bore through the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, though, it's one of the easiest schedules remaining, if not the easiest.
But does that have anything to do with how well they're going to perform? I think that's the challenge. We just watch them go on the road, get swept by Tampa, beat badly by Cleveland. It looked like it was going to be bad against Atlanta until it wasn't. I mean, it's such a that's where you just come back to the beginning of this conversation of anything that you think should be predictive just doesn't seem to end up being so.
That's a great point. Bingo, even. And I will, let's just put it this way. Amid all of the entropy that's going on in baseball this year, I still just go back to, like, the fundamental things I believe. And one of those fundamental things is every single game where there is one team versus another, I will bet on the team that has more talent. And it's only going to work 54% of the time. But if it does that 54%, then it's, you're going to be a playoff team.
Okay, so along those lines, take that a step further. The Mariners win the American League West if they do blank. If they do what over these final 18 games consistently?
Get the starting pitching that over the last 3 years we have come to expect from this organization. And it's been interesting seeing, like, some takes from outside of Seattle. I think there was I don't know if there was a story on Fangraphs this week or somewhere, but talking about how the Mariners starting pitching has really not been as good. It has not been the thing that has defined this team this year. And I think if the Mariners have a chance to win the World Series this year, which I believe they do, it's going to be on the backs of that starting pitching. And so I want to see Walter, and I want to see good George Kirby, and I want to see Brian Wu go 6 innings, and I want to see Luis Castillo have a classic Luis Castillo game. And I want to see Bryce Miller, pumping fastballs. And if all of those things can be consistently good, I'm not even talking great. If we can just get consistent, solid performances out of the starting pitching, I think that the rest will fall into place.
I think I agree with that, to be honest with you. And last night was a good example where you get a pretty good start, not perfect, but a pretty good start, 6 innings, 2 runs from Brian Wu. And just you make one mistake to this lineup, and last night it was walking the number 9 hitter on a 9-pitch walk in the 6th inning, and then you turn it back around and you just see when you get a pitcher who's a little tired, and then it's got to face Randy, Cal, Julio, Naylor, Gino, Polanco, it seems to just completely wear them out. Do you have any, this would be a weird statistic question, but I was wondering about it earlier. Are there any stats about walking a 9-hitter and what that does, like a leadoff walk to the number 9 hitter, and what that does to scoring? Because I would imagine if somebody were to run those numbers, somebody smarter than me, you would end up with a really, really significant increase in terms of runs scored.
Great question. I have no idea, but I can ask. I can ask our nerds, which is not to suggest that I'm not one as well.
Obviously.
But we have like nerds who are smart,
right?
And I'm just the nerd who talks a lot.
But doesn't it feel that way? I mean, just wouldn't your gut tell you, like, you walk Leo Rivas to lead off an inning? Like, don't you think that you just make this Mariner lineup so dangerous?
Yeah, I think it's more like if you're the pitcher, you say, "Why? What am I doing? I've got Arozarena and Cal and Julio coming up, and I'm going to give them someone on base. Like, what am I doing?" And by the way, what do you think of full-time Rivas or most time Rivas ahead of Cole Young? Are you guys on board with that?
Well, we're starting to see it over the last week. I mean,
yep.
If he's hot like this, I mean, to me, it's more of a playing the hot hand thing as opposed to one guy being better than the other. But
yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, and that's sort of been
he's earned it too. Like Leo Rivas has had a good year.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know his real name is Leonardo?
I didn't, but I suppose should I be surprised by that?
I don't know. No, not necessarily. Just thought it was information you might want.
If you were a Leonardo Rivas, would you go by Leonardo or Leo?
I think Leonardo, quite frankly. I mean, like, whether it's the Ninja Turtle thing or just the, great artist of the Renaissance. I mean, I think either way, you probably want to go with the full Leonardo, no?
Not sure. It's like 5 extra characters. You just have to wonder how many times in your life are you going to write or say your name. You go from 1 syllable to 3. Like, that's a big jump.
And that's a problem for Jeff Passan. How? That's a problem for a guy that literally, we just had a text message that said, I have a Jeff bingo card for all of his multisyllabic words. Your problem, you of all people, your problem is that there's too many syllables in a word?
I think that you're missing something here. And I think what you're missing is that I pride myself on efficiency because there are moments where it's worth it making exceptions. And if the polysyllabic word is the exception that I choose, then I appreciate all of my efficiency has allowed me to do that without people noticing. But apparently there's bingo card now. So I would love to play Jeff Passan syllable bingo.
Yeah.
Like I am totally on board. That it feels like a drinking game, actually.
Too early in the morning for that. Too early in the
Can
morning.
I ask you sneak in one last baseball question? To your point of the only predictive measure when you're big, broad shoulders pushed back against a wall is talent. You're going to lean into talent. Can you help me in any way then understand, because I think we all agree this is a talented Mariners team, how they have the best record since the All-Star game at home at 17-6 and one of the worst on the road at 5-13? Can you help me make any sense of that?
No, I was trying to earlier this week. I was texting with some people saying, why are the Mariners so much better in Seattle than they are on the road? Why are their pitchers so much better there? The only thing someone could come up with is, I did not look at this, by the way. I do not know off the top of my head what it looks like, but the person said maybe it's a batter's eye thing. And so I'd be curious if the batter's eye in Seattle, how it compares.
Yeah, it's not that. I don't think it's that, but whatever. It is one of the great mysteries, and a huge thanks to Jeff for joining us every week. And that was an entertaining one yesterday. We got after each other a little bit. All right, the Mariners are 1 1 game out of first place as of this morning. Why and what comes next? Well, that's next on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks make a move. Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Abe Lucas signs a 3-year, $46 million extension. How about that?
I've said I think he's the most spectacular offensive lineman until Gray Zabel takes over, because I fully expect that to happen. But when you watch Abe Lucas, it's like, look at this. He's always looking for extra work, or he's running downfield and blowing somebody up.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. Is your siding ready for the wet season? Call 866-ROOF-ROOF for James Hardy Siding. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Search in the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then having to come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Toyota Renton is in the playoff chase with game-winning deals on your next ride. Score a 36-month lease on the Tacoma at $279 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The RAV4 leasing at $299 a month with $39.99 due at signing. Drive smarter with the all-hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, or the Corolla from just $219. Whether you're gearing up for the fall or chasing savings, Toyota Renton is the place to go. Visit ToyotaRenton.com and get in the playoff chase today. Offers valid through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, title, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7540-4432-2559-1852.
O'Brien. Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gauge Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Number one claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, that was pretty fun, wasn't it, Brock? I said at 6. That was not the best Mariner, or it was not. It was not the best Mariner win of the year. It can't be. No. That Cardinals team is rough. They are limping towards the finish line here, just barely, and I'm not sure they're going to make it. That's not a major league lineup. That's a bad team, but whatever. That can't be the best win of the year, but it might have been the most fun. That was just an incredibly fun night at the ballpark yesterday for everyone who was there, and I hope there's even more tonight and for the rest of this homestand. That was a really fun win. You had Julio's catch, Randy's home run, the good minute and a half of Randy rounding the bases afterwards and stopping at first and third and home and everything that kind of went along with that. You had the Naylor home run. It just ultimately a brash, just embarrassing people in the 8th inning. That's a pretty fun win that really showed off what these Mariners can be, in addition to the 5 shutout innings from the bullpen. That's a nice win for them, actually, yesterday. And it's another series win, 2 in a row, 4 games in a row.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of ingredients went in that one. Some terrific defense. Naylor diving around the field. Some great plays early. You mentioned Julio. Was that Julio's toughest catch here? I know they love to measure all these things of how far he traveled, at what speed he traveled, the percentage chances that anybody's going to catch that ball. All I know is that
probably not only because he didn't have to lay out for it, but other than that, I mean, that was one heck of a catch. He went a long way to get that one. Lyle said earlier it was a 75% catch percentage. So like 3/4 of the time that ball gets caught. I mean, maybe that's right. I'm not going to argue with the numbers, but God, it sure seemed like he went a long way.
These numbers, how you do that? What?
I don't know.
75% of center fielders in Major League Baseball run that down.
I think what you're saying is 75% of the time that gets caught. So I think what you're looking at is the amount of distance covered, the speed of the ball, and you just run the numbers of how often that's happened. But man, did it sure seem like he made a heck of a play last night.
Yeah, kind of lose me on some of that. And I'll say this too. I was thinking of this last night and I couldn't find the tweet, shocker, from what I read like a week ago, that the Mariners like one of the 5 worst defenses in baseball as far as like outs saved or outs gained. Or
it hasn't looked that way.
Do your eyes see that?
No.
You know, is your third base situation over the course of this year with Williamson and now Suarez feel that way?
No, I have not.
Does your center fielder, your left fielder, your right fielder, your second
catcher, all of it? Yeah, no, I don't think I felt that. If that's the case,
I've not felt that, and I felt, as you said, a really, really good win yesterday, where the ingredients to the recipe showed up. Like this is now you didn't get starting pitching. Right, George did not have command, and thankfully did not give up more than a couple runs there.
No,
early,
but you
got
made
out
up
of
for
a couple
that,
jams,
and maybe that's what kind of made it fun. Is that you had to dig a little deeper than you might normally. I was saying last night, as I think I said to you guys, and I certainly said to Cecily because she wanted to stay up and not take a shower and get ready. I was like. She's like, well, what? The game's not over yet.
Sass, you need a shower.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was more a timing thing.
You're wearing that hockey gear, girl. You got to.
It wasn't that. It was more of
Uncle
a timing
Brock's just
thing.
going to ask you. You know, you got. It's one thing. The gear is going to be in the garage, and then you need a shower.
This was a timing thing. This was just wanting to delay, not wanting to. This was not trying to avoid the shower. This was just delaying the inevitable. Oh well, what if the Mariners? What if they blow it? It's not over yet. Like. Yeah, the Cardinals aren't going to score 6 runs in this game. Sorry. I don't think that lineup is capable of scoring 6 runs. They'll probably score 10 tonight. But you get my point. It's a heck of a vibe last night. And I think that was part of it also. Like we were asking Jeff yesterday, why are the Mariners, why have they been so good at home, so bad on the road? No one knows. There is no real answer to it. But they do have a pretty good vibe at home. There is some cool connection between this group and the fans. And Josh Naylor's only been here for a little while. Sure seems to love it.
I mean, the fans here are awesome. Even Contreras at first, he's like, oh, how's it going? But we just had a quick little conversation. He goes, man, this place is electric. And I'm like, yeah, it honestly really is. The fans get so excited. They get pumped up in big moments. It's kind of unexplainable. It's super cool to be a part of. Sometimes you kind of feel like the ground shaking a bit because it's so loud. Sometimes you can't hear your own thoughts because it's so loud. And that's what you want. That's what you want to play in. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very thankful for this fan base. They're super awesome, super cool. It's been awesome so far.
This guy's just the best, man. It's like the play made at first was awesome.
He gets up angry. He gets up angry from it.
It's not the craziest thing he said yesterday. I played this earlier, Brock. You're not gonna believe me when I play this for you. You're gonna be like, no, that's not true. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna play you the sound, and you're gonna be like, nope, didn't happen. But
AI.
It did. It's true.
AI.
And Lyle found the evidence of this. Yeah, somebody faked the signature. I don't know what it is. So here you go. This was what Josh Naylor said about the catch that Julio made yesterday. Okay. When I play this for you, you'll be like, no, not true. But it is. Listen to this.
Yeah, he's an awesome player. Fans love him here. Man, it's awesome to see. Honestly, with that catch, once it was hit, I didn't even look. I just walked into the dugout because I just trusted that he was going to get it.
Lyle proved it. He went and found the video, and you can see, said at the corner of the screen, Naylor turning around before the ball was caught. That's unbelievable.
So good.
That is crazy that he had that level of confidence in the moment. I'm glad it worked out because obviously if it had gotten by him or whatever, he ends up looking bad. But how about that? He was being serious. He's not even lying about that. And if he's not lying about that, then I assume he's also not lying about how much he likes Seattle and how happy he is to be here.
I was going to say, obviously free agency can get crazy and money has a lot to do with it, but that sounds like a guy who wants to be here long term.
Oh, here's more.
I mean, I feel comfortable everywhere, to be honest, but I really enjoy playing here. Coming here as an opponent, I thought it was a super cool stadium. The fans were always electric. And I think I don't know, I think you see well here, personally. I like the roof open. Roof flow's cool, but I love the feeling of the roof open, and I don't know, I enjoy playing here.
Do you think that's some sort of manifestation like the witch?
We enjoy having you, Mr. Naylor. We enjoy having you here. You know what? In both of those cuts, I think what it is, he used the word electric, and it is, and it can be. And certainly, I mean, if that Cardinals player felt that last night, where it was a good sized crowd, but when there's 40,000 or 45,000 in there, whatever then is beyond electric. And I think at the core of that, and I'll speak for Lyle and myself in particular, is lifelong born and bred Mariners fans. There is just a thirstiness. There's a thirst for doing this, wanting this so badly as a fan base, right, to do things that have not yet been done in this organization. And I think players do feel that. I think Good Vibes has felt that. And when they got to taste it, right, and he got to be a part of them breaking that playoff drought, and all the goodwill that created, and all the affinity the fans had for so many of them, including Eugenio. Like, you got a chance, Salk. You said this to me the first time the Seahawks made their run to the Super Bowl. You remember saying it to me?
There's never anything quite like the first.
This was when you were on your sabbatical, right? Maybe a little jelly from afar.
Sure.
The Seahawks go all the way and ultimately win the sucker. And you're like, there's just nothing like that first mountaintop. Tried to climb it the second year and got so close to planting that flag. And, yep, that was a pretty well-documented set of circumstances after the fact. But, man, there is a thirst in this fan base. And they keep doing this, and they keep clawing, and they're one game back, and they win this West, and they host that playoff game here.
You ever wonder if there's just two completely different sets of Mariner fans? Like, there's just two groups of people.
Like the Milwaukee and the Green Bay fans for the Packers?
You've mentioned that before, right? That there's two different groups of Packers fans out there.
Yeah.
You ever wonder if there's two different groups of Mariner fans, like the ones who go to games and turn it into an electric place and all that, and then the ones who text our show? Because it feels at times like there's two completely disparate, completely separate. They have no connection with each other. They don't know each other. They don't know of each other's existence.
Mike, that answer is yes.
There's two completely different groups of fans out there. And it explains a lot about like the different silos the people connected with this team live in. Like, I really do sometimes feel like there's just two completely different groups of fans, and they don't talk to each other. They don't know each other. They can't conceive of each other's existence. There's the group that texts us constantly like, this is the worst. Like, they're just so mad and so angry and everything. And then there's this other group that's turning Josh Naylor into the happiest man on earth here in Seattle. Yes. They can't be the same people. There's no way. There's no way that's the same people outside of some weird cognitive dissonance that allows them to like separate their mind and body from each other. Either we're living in like the fan version of the old John Lithgow movie Raising Cain, or there's just two completely separate groups of people out there. Regardless, get down to the ballpark. It has been super fun. The team is
18-6.
Are they locking in again, Brock?
18-6 at home since the break.
Are they locking in? Is this the lock-in with just 18 games left to play? 17 now? Is this locking in? Need to know next. I'm Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks rookie receiver Torrey Horton.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live, tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. It is a Wednesday. You know what happens on Wednesdays around professional football? You have that injury report. We get a look at all the bumps and the bruises and the trauma and the injuries in the game that we love to watch. But you don't have to play professional sports nor football to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis, they're affecting some of you that are listening to me right now and make it hard for you to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, right over there in Kirkland, that's where he is ready for your phone call, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain caused from, well, arthritis and so many other things. So don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, yes, including stem cell therapy and so much more. If you are living in pain and it is affecting your quality of life, will you please give Dr. Nelson a call this morning at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
4 in a row now for the Mariners, Brock. They shed the malaise, at least, of last week and played some really good baseball here over the last 4 games. Got down early in this one. George Kirby was not great. Randy with an iffy play in left field. But you know what? He brought them back, seemingly by himself. You know what you don't want to do? Walk the guy right before Randy Rosarena. Don't walk the 9-hitter in this lineup.
Looks at second, the pitch. Swung on. That is crushed. It's going to go. How far? It's just short of the upper deck. Goodbye, Randy Rosarena. A 3-run blast. Demolished. And with one swing, the Mariners had the lead. It is 3-2. Number 27 for Randy. No doubt.
Yeah, true story. The umpire had to come out and say they needed to restart the game because Randy was still only at first base doing rock, paper, scissors before his jump shot at third. The arms crossed at home. A couple of other things in there. He is a whole thing, man. I love the heck out of Randy Rosarena. He is so fun when he's like this, and we might be seeing playoff Randy, Brock.
Yeah. You know what's amazing? A lot of players that do that seem to have a target from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he gets hit a lot, but he doesn't strike me as one of those guys in the league. I think most kind of look at it like, there's quirky, funny Randy.
Agreed.
Right? There's eccentric Randy just kind of doing his thing. It's not necessarily showing up the opponents. Although as we get into playoff baseball time here and down the stretch,
there may be a pitcher or two who feels that way. But in general, I think you're right. He does not seem to draw the ire of other players around the league at all. And I think it is because there's a quirkiness and because it never feels directed at the other team. Now, you also got Josh Naylor, who hit his home run and started going crazy as well. I mean, it was one of those games where some of that emotion, I think, from the homestand or from the road trip rather, was starting to come out. And in the middle of all of it, George Kirby only goes 4 innings, and you needed to use your 5 best bullpen arms. They got it done.
The bullpen was unbelievable tonight again. 5 innings. Covering 5 innings is difficult, but those guys did a great job and kept that game right where it needed to be. And, great job right on down the line.
Yeah, so there you go. Unfortunately, Rangers win, but the Astros blew a late lead. They got walked off by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, of all people, and the Blue Jays. They were going crazy. Did you see any of the shots from Toronto? I was looking for Munenori Kawasaki to see if he was going to be there saying, I am an energy boy again. Cleveland beat Kansas City. So here's where we're at. 1 game back in the West. Mariners could be in first place by the end of the day, just so you know. Look, that's a possibility. Right? They win.
No.
Houston loses.
No, we don't own the tiebreaker, right? We learned this last time.
Whatever. I mean, tied for first place is all I was trying to say.
So didn't we learn this last time we did this?
I was going to say, because Lyle screwed it up, right? No, I was going to say they would be at that point tied. That's all I really meant. Still up 1.5 in the wild card, 2.5 over Cleveland. 1 more with St. Louis tonight with Logan Gilbert and Michael McGreevy going for the Cardinals.
Here's the second thing
very similar.
You need to know.
That's Michael McCready, or at least Mike.
McCready.
Sure, Lyle got that. Back to practice for the Seahawks today. They're going to look to shake off some of that pain from Week 1, Brock, and start prepping for a long trip to Pittsburgh this weekend. Mike McDonald telling us Monday that he had no plan for DK Metcalf. Well, at least not yet. I'm guessing by now he's got something worked out, and he's going to need it. Steelers scored 34 points in that opener, so... yeah, you're going to have a plan for DK. You think they try to get under his skin?
Oh, I'm sure. Sure there'll be a little bit. It's a tough place to play.
Mm-hmm.
If the Seahawks had many good outcomes there, can you remember?
They don't play there that often.
They don't. I mean, a really, really hard one early in the regime that did kind of set the path, but we gotta get a whole lot more physical. I did not have a lot of good ones there, and the teams that I was, that can be a very in the home opener. And coming off of a win, and Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, and that's a really good football fan base too.
Mm-hmm.
That knows when to get loud and how to get loud. Like this is going to be
Seahawks fall to number 20 in ESPN's power rankings, which does feel low. I think the Steelers were up to number 15, so we'll see where that goes this weekend.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And finally, Kraken rookie camp opens today. Brock, the veterans don't report for another week, but rookies will take on the Canucks prospects in a little 2-game series Saturday in Everett, and I think they play Sunday at the aforementioned Kraken Iceplex. Berkeley Catton should be there, and let's see, Jagger Furcus, some of the other young guys that may or may not play a role for the team this year or in the future. Should be pretty fun. It's like $25, I think, to go to the game in Everett on Saturday night. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Should I play this sound from Schlereth? What do you think, more? Do we need to play that Schlereth sound, or should we not?
We got a request for it on the text line.
I guess we can play it.
He likes Robbie Utes a little too much.
Yeah.
Baldinger's in love with Zabel, but Schlereth takes a little far.
Yeah, here you go. I have this. This is Mark Schlereth yesterday with Wyman and Bob, and apparently he's like a little excited about the Seahawks fullback.
Oots. Oons? He's a monster. Like that. You know what? That is tie on the doorknob kind of stuff. Just like get in there and watch Oons film.
Yeah.
that is like that dude. That dude. He had me at hello. He's my favorite player in the National Football League right now. And I saw him throw about 4 blocks, and I was like, I like him a lot.
What's going on with Schlereth?
I don't know.
He's losing his mind there. And oh, by the way, I got this from him also. He couldn't help himself. They brought up Russell Wilson, how he played in New York.
And Russell Wilson was throwing checkdowns like it was his job. Bubble screen, bubble screen, bubble screen. Swing pass, swing pass, swing pass. Check down, check down, check down. Jump out the back of the pocket. Take a sack. You know, I mean, it was so typical Russell Wilson football. And it was awful.
Is that the same guy that called Brady Henderson the hitman?
Yeah.
Amazing how things change.
Was that his Stelton laugh track? Does he now have a button that he hits for himself?
It was Bob's birthday yesterday. Give him a break. I think he turned 70 yesterday. So
was it yesterday?
Yeah, he's now a septuagenarian. You got to give Bob a break. Yesterday was his birthday, so if he's just laughing along with Schlereth, give the guy a break. We'll be right back. We're gonna talk a little Seahawks, Brock. Yeah, down at number 20 in the rankings. Gino and DK both played well. How are you handling that? I got some thoughts of my own. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't think the game was fundamentally lost on that touchdown to Tunges. When to you was the moment this game was lost?
So I don't look at one play and say, that's why you lost the game. So offensively, I'm looking at the way that the 49ers are playing against the Seahawks offense, and they can almost predict what's going to happen, and that 49ers D-line did their thing.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Well, we know what the fall is all about, and it's right around the corner. It is all about pumpkins and football and a little chill in the air. It's also a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff. And my friends over there at Top Fitness got some great deals going on right now. I've told you for so many years that working out in your own home gym, well, it is the very best. From flooring to everything that goes in that home gym, like treadmills, lip skulls, and strength training systems, guess what? Top Fitness provides it all. They represent the very best brands available, like Washington and Woodinville's very own Precor, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design for your own home gym. And right now, get 0% interest financing and mention you heard it from me, and you'll receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They got locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Stacey Rost here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, kudos to Lyle Goldstein. Lyle, I salute you. You're absolutely right. So Lyle sent us the video of Josh Naylor turning towards the dugout with 2 outs as the ball is nowhere near Julio Rodriguez yet before he made that tremendous catch in, the 7th inning, top of the 7th, I think it was yesterday. And he sent us the video. I stopped it. I've tweeted out the screenshot, Brock, and you can see it. You can see second baseman Rivas is looking towards the outfield. Julio is still, has to be 20, 30 feet from making this catch. And Naylor is facing the other direction. He's not even looking at it. I circled Naylor, and I tweeted out the screenshot. That's unbelievable yesterday. That is incredible that is the case. Really, really unbelievable. So if you want to see that picture, go to at the Mike Salk on Twitter, X, whatever, and you can see it. That's incredible. I'm
going to give Lyle some further credit. I'm going to give Lyle further credit. 2 other further credits, by the way.
Yeah.
He just nailed a trivia question during the break about the oldest head coach in the NFL history that Pete Carroll passed last Sunday, and Pete will become same age as Bob Stelton on Monday. They'll both be 74. It'll be amazing. And the third credit for Lyle is yesterday he kind of inspired me. He wore the hoodie with short sleeves. And Salk, I think this is a look you can incorporate. I think it's something we got to get you the Salk stripe.
I'm not going to start doing that.
But I think the little kind of thin hoodie with the short sleeves,
I don't see that
is
happening.
like the perfect transition from summer to fall.
Right. So in between the Salk stripe polos and quarter zips that start coming in soon, you think that's the in between?
Lyle, do you agree?
To me, that's just an extra layer.
Month. Huh?
It's just an extra layer that you don't need.
Yeah, but you don't want them like the thick.
Yeah, it's just an extra layer. I don't need more than one layer. I'm a one-layer guy.
Do you think I have more than one layer on right now?
Oh, that you're just wearing that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes,
well, then why do you need it? No, then that's just an extra hood that you don't need.
No, it looks good.
So you're basically
Look good,
wearing.
Feel good, talk good.
Is that it? Is that the deal?
Yes.
All right.
I believe in that.
All right. Well, sounds good. Last night, I think I was writing good, or at least I was trying to. And just thinking about, DK and Geno and the offseason and what we've seen after week 1. And obviously, you shouldn't judge anything after 1 week in the NFL. That would be foolhardy, and I'm not. And I'm certainly not going back on. I don't know if there was anybody in this town who was more excited for those 2 trades than me after I spent how long talking about trading one or both of those guys over and over again. I thought it was the right thing to do. Trade DK, trade Geno, move on. I want to be clear, there's part two to that conversation, because it wasn't, I hate DK Metcalf, trade him. It was, you're investing in the wrong part of your roster, so trade him rather than pay him, get what you can, and invest that money somewhere else. And so, the piece I wrote last night at seattlesports.com, and you can read it there on the Seattle Sports app, and while you're there, you can leave us a message for Here's the Thing tomorrow. The idea of it is essentially saying, look, yeah, DK had a good first day. So did Geno. It's tempting to be kind of jealous of that, but I'm not, and I stand by how I have felt for a long time. But I do think that it takes two things. One, you've got to establish your own culture, your own leadership. Geno, DK, and Tyler Lockett were Pete Carroll guys. They were as steeped in Pete Carrollism as anybody could be. And I'm sure that was a challenge at times for Mike McDonald last year. Totally understand why you would want to move on from that. But you've got to develop your own culture that replaces it. You've got to develop your own leaders who replace them. And that may take some time. I'm not criticizing him. It's not like he hasn't done that. Just that it's the next part of it. And that might be Leonard Williams. It might be Ernest Jones. It might be guys you brought in from the outside. DeMarcus Lawrence might have a role in that. I don't know exactly what's going on inside their locker room and who are the people that step up into that. But that's a big part of it. I mean, if you're going to lose three of your leaders, you've got to replace them with people, or else you got to vacuum. And that's fine. Like, I think it was time to do that. Geno's, talking to Pete Carroll every time something goes wrong. You can't have that. Yeah. You can't have him run into his ex every time he's mad at whomever, at the coach, or things aren't going the way he wants them to. So I don't like the leadership they had. But you got to replace it with something. And so that's, I think, one of the goals for this year. The other is maybe a little bit more important and a little bit more pressing, which is, hey, if you're going to take DK Metcalf's money, you've got to go spend it on the things that are important to you. And they didn't run the ball enough for me, or well enough for me on Sunday. We know they have the, fourth least expensive offensive line in football? 28th or whatever they are. And
that might have changed with Abe's contract, but yeah, I think
they're near the
well
bottom.
Taken.
They're very, very close. You're right. That may have changed. I was looking at Warren Sharp from about a month ago, but okay, maybe it's changed a little bit, but the point is still there. I mean, they're spending very little on the offensive line compared to other teams. Heck, Brock, they were, when I looked at it yesterday, they were spending less than 25% of the number one team. Less than 25%. Number one team was at like 96 million, 98 million. I think it was Carolina and then Kansas City. And the Seahawks were at 23 million. I mean, like, you look at that, you're like, wait, what? I mean, that is a significant, significant difference. And even to get to like the middle of the pack was about double what the Seahawks are spending. Like, you can't tell. Like, if you're going to take the money
it's
away
a cross. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a cross extension.
I know
got
that.
his. It's a first round pick in Zabel. Like, it's.
But at the end of the day, Brock, there is one new face on the offensive line from last year. One. There's one new face in the offensive line that wasn't here last year. And unfortunately, through 1 week, they didn't run the ball well enough. You need to run the ball better than that. I mean, this is as clear as day.
Okay,
And some of it was on Ken Walker.
So inquiring minds. This is all beautiful, and I love it.
Thank
but
you.
Inquiring minds really want to know.
Yeah.
And this started, for the P1s out there that were there from the beginning. This really started with the Pfister sisters. They were really upset with you that when Doug Pfister left,
oh yeah,
you were going to root against him,
Sure.
and you were going to boo that man, and you wanted him to fail.
So you want to know if I'm rooting against Geno and DK?
Yes.
Of course I am. What? Obviously.
That's all people want to know.
Obviously. Yes, I don't
Have
think
you
there's
softened a little in your older age?
The Raiders thing is hard because I love me some Pete, so it's a little
That's
hard.
right.
Like, I want Pete to succeed, but without Geno, and that's hard, obviously, to happen. So, like, I'm very conflicted during those Raiders games of what I want to see. It's pretty easy to root against DK and Aaron Rodgers at the same time. That doesn't take a whole lot of it doesn't take a whole lot of intestinal fortitude for me to get to that point. No, I look.
It'd be interesting. You talk about the Mariner fans and the split personality of them. I think that's fairly well. I shouldn't say that. I don't know all the fan bases across all of the different markets, but I think likewise you're going to find some Seahawk fans, especially on DK. Maybe not Geno. Geno's probably not as polarizing, right? It was, hey man, he was super productive, good for him. He resurrected his career, but never going to be our guys, over the long term at this age and stage. DK, different story. DK's got 4, 5, 6 years of, I think, some really good football ahead of him. And I think it would be pretty interesting to see. And I don't know, maybe that text toy can tell us just a little bit, a little slice of it from our own listening audience right now. 866-979-3776. Not this week. Obviously, you're rooting against any Seahawk fan is rooting against DK this week because you got to beat him. But last week and in general and in the weeks ahead, is you kind of flip around, or you're a red zone watcher, or you're, a fantasy football and you got DK on your team. Are you legitimately
You had to laugh last week when he dropped a couple of passes, right? And he even talked about it afterwards.
This is our first time lining up, as a complete offense out there on the field. So there are some growing pains, but, we worked through it on the sideline, the communication, talking in the locker room, talking. So, it just came to fruition out here on the field.
4 catches, 83 yards. Not bad for your debut.
Yeah, we can do better because I'm mad at myself about a few of them.
What are you mad about?
The drops. I got to be better.
It's only been going on for 6 years in the league. It's probably going to stop soon, though. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to end. He's just going to stop dropping passes soon.
Yeah. And Aaron's not going to throw it in the tight windows with a lot of velocity. It'll be
right. Never going to drop anymore.
He's never going to blame you. I mean, we know that about A-Rod. He will take full responsibility for any.
Just going to clean that right up.
Any misfire.
Yeah, look, take Lockett out of that conversation because I don't think anybody's out there rooting against Tyler Lockett. That would be really bizarre. But I think with Geno and DK, for me, certainly, yeah, I'm definitely rooting against both of them. I have no problem saying that as a fan, and just after having the take forever that they should trade both of them.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't feel like if DK does well, it hurts my argument. I always thought that DK's really good.
Mm-hmm.
DK's a good player. The only thing
at the right time and at the right cycle, and you had him for a bunch of productive years at the right price.
No
but
problems
paying
with that.
him and eating up that much cap at that position.
But here's where the problem there is, Brock. If you're going to move on from DK, you got to spend that money on the things that you say you want. You can't waste $5 million on Marquez Valdes-Scantling.
Well, they didn't. They wasted $1.5 million. San Francisco's picking up his contract, so that's $1.5 million. Not
They got
$5.
They got lucky on that one.
They got pretty lucky.
They got kind of lucky on that one.
Did, but he's eating that up, and you're going to spend it on Leonard Williams. You're going to spend it on Jaron Reed. You're going to spend it on DeMarcus Lawrence. You're going to spend it on Boye Mafe. You're going to spend it on Abe Lucas. You're going to spend it on Charles Cross. They're going to have to spend it, to your point, right there at the line of scrimmage.
But you're also going to the line of scrimmage has to be better than it was on Sunday. I'm sorry. It was on offense. The defense did a great job. I'm not here to knock that. But you can't rush for 3.2 yards per carry. That's worse than last year. And not even close, by the way, to last year. Last year was 4.2. They gained a yard fewer per carry, on Sunday than they did last year on average. That can't happen. Now, some of that, obviously, I get it. It's week one. It's Fred Warner. It's that team. There is a lot more. This is not a killing them for how they played on Sunday. It's just like look, over the course of the next 16 games, that has to improve by a lot in order to justify some of those moves and the way they all went down. Yeah, I'm not rooting against DK like that because I think DK is a good player and he's probably going to have some real success with Pittsburgh. Now, if Geno Smith goes to the Super Bowl, I'll look stupid. I'll raise my hand. I'll look incredibly stupid. I know that. If Geno Smith goes to the Super Bowl, I will look stupid because I don't think he's the kind of quarterback that can do that. And if Geno Smith gets by Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow in the AFC, if he does that,
yes.
God love him. I'll be the most wrong I've ever been about anything in my life.
Can we put a little Geno and cursive tramp stamp down there?
You cannot tattoo me. No.
Tattoo
maybe a temporary tattoo. Maybe one of those henna tattoos or something like that.
We'll put a henna neck tattoo in the form of Felix's fallopian tubes.
Oh no, phallopes on my neck. You can't put the phallopes on my neck.
No, with a Geno written into those fallopian tubes right there on your neck.
You're gonna put a Felix phallopes with Geno's name on it on my throat?
Yes.
I don't know.
Your side neck.
I don't know. No, I don't know if I can.
Come
do
on,
that.
for a month, just for a month. The henna just lasts about a month.
No, not for a month. For a day. I'll do it for a day.
For a day?
A week.
So you talked about him for years.
I don't care. I'm not doing that for a month.
Come on. You think Geno's going to win a Super Bowl, Salk?
No, but I'm still not doing that. No. I'm not doing that. I don't care. I heard once about a host somewhere that said he would eat a microphone if something happened, and he had to wrangle his way out of that. I don't want to be in that same position. I don't want to be in the same microphone eating position.
I think our sister station, Mike Evans, had made some bet about Tebow never making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think he's got a Tebow tat on his shoulder.
Oh, well, there's no chance.
Yeah.
None. No
No,
way.
you're not doing that?
No, nay,
All right.
never.
This kind of relates to Blue 88 because Brock has some sound from Pardon My Take coming up, but that's a thing that happens every year on Pardon My Take. One of the hosts picks a team that starts 0-2 every year as what he calls his pinky team, and if that team happens to win the Super Bowl, he has to cut off the tip of his pinky.
Get the heck out of here. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
But it's never happened because these 0-2 teams that he
I don't
picks.
care. No way. No, no, that's ridiculous. As somebody who's missing part of a finger, you don't want to mess with that, man. Don't even go down that road. That's
How about
crazy
a week?
talk.
How about henna for a week?
I said a week.
After a week.
A
No,
week?
You said a day.
No, and then I said a week.
You do a week?
I'll do a
Is that a
week,
bet?
but I'm not doing a
Okay.
month. So you'd have to show
Okay.
me that it's going to disappear after a week.
You know what? I'll doodle the design that I'm talking about with the fallopian
Have Salt
tubes.
get a temporary tattoo of Gino flipping off that fan. That was pretty funny. In the V of the King Felix fallopian tubes.
There we go.
All right, you got me. All right, let's see. For a week, yeah, you can put the fallops on my neck for a week. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I love Felix, man. I really do. That is the worst tattoo I've ever seen. I love that guy. And I know, what is it supposed to be?
It's his family crest, Salk.
No, it's
his late lost
it's
grandmother. I
not.
hope
It's
he's
a
fine.
it's an astrological sign.
Oh.
But it is this is the worst tattoo I know of. I love that guy too. And that is a terrible tattoo. Just awful. And I'm not a big tattoo guy, as you know, so maybe I'm not the right person to judge this. Brock, the film junkies and the grading sites and everybody else putting their 2 cents out regarding what we saw on Sunday. What jumped out to you?
Yeah, I think there were a couple things that jumped out, and it's good timing coming off the conversation we just did. It was the improvement actually at the line of scrimmage. It's backing up some of those numbers, backing up what Daniel Jeremiah said about Leonard Williams yesterday to us. The 99 is just the most dominant dude on the field. You maybe argue Bosa in spurts. Certainly Fred Warner is a monster as well. But just overall, land off the moon, on planet Earth, watch the game tape, and it's like, who is 99? Who is 99? You can't deal with them. And most of the film junkies and a lot of the sites that grade people affirm that. I'd also say the Seahawks offensive line actually graded out much better than the San Francisco offensive line. Charles Cross, second best grade in all of football as a left tackle.
That's awesome.
Gray Zabel was one of the best rookie offensive lineman starters and did an excellent job in particular in pass protection. And Baldy certainly highlighted yesterday with one of his breakdowns, 2, 3, 4 of his plays where he ended the play in a very physically dominant situation. Bradford had a much better PFF grade than I saw. A couple lazy plays in the game that caught him, one in the red zone in particular, but overall played pretty darn well. So, yeah, the film junkies and the stat nerds and the PFF guys ended up liking a lot of the line of scrimmage work. Boye Mafe graded out pretty high in his pressure rate, and Derek Hall. So a lot of, as DJ kind of reminded us yesterday, a lot of positives in that one. Bottom line business, you got to win it. But as far as
Speaking of
knockback,
those
as far
grades,
as hitting, yeah.
The thing I sent you over that said that Reek Woolen had a perfect passer rating against in that game.
Yes.
How can that be possible when he knocked away a pass? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you could still, I mean, perfect. You could be 8 of 9
I
for
guess that's
whatever
true.
it was, 90 yards and a touchdown. Like, yeah. Yards per attempt and the other touchdown he gave up. Like, you could still have a perfect rating even with an incompletion.
I guess that's true. I don't know. That still feels a little cheap at that point, though. I don't know. That
Did it?
Yeah, a little bit. That feels a little chintzy. All right, let's go to question 2. By the way, yes, Aries ram horns. That's what it is. It's an Aries sign for Felix's. Something. Brock, question number 2. What does Caleb Williams have to do with Sam Darnold?
Ooh, I like this, Salk. I did some deep diving last night.
Bet you
Late
did.
night, tough time. This is pretty good. This is Gruden talking about Caleb, and I'm going to spin it. Stick with me, okay? I'm going to spin it to Sam because I got some numbers here, thanks to Brady Henderson from Sam Darnold. Here was Gruden asked about the concern meter for the former number 1 pick, Caleb Williams.
He held the ball too long at Oklahoma. He held it too long at Southern Cal. He's holding it too long now.
How do you coach that?
Hard.
Yeah. That's what Ben Johnson is doing, yeah.
Ben Johnson's going to be tough on this kid. Now, Caleb's got a lot of talent, quick arm. It's a brand new system. He's going to be under the center. He hasn't been under the center very much in his life. And the rhythm of playing quarterback's completely different. Ben Johnson wants to run the ball from the underneath the center. And it's going to set up some wicked play action passes, man. And that's where the chunk plays are. I think that's what Ben wants to do. So Caleb's going to have to learn some new fundamentals, some new rhythm of the position, but he's got to come through. This guy's got a lot of pressure on him. I hope Bear fans are a little bit patient early, but he has to come through, man.
That'll probably happen. I'm sure Bear fans are going to be very patient with him.
Yeah, that's been their history for the last 50 years.
Who can blame them? I mean, yeah, I mean, they've had such great success at the quarterback position. They're probably
I think Trubisky loved playing quarterback there as a top 5 pick. So how does that parlay into Sam Darnold? Reached out to Brady. I said, Brady, it sure felt to me, my wide-set eyes, it sure felt to me they wanted the ball out of Sam's hands on Sunday by all amounts, by all accounts. Screens, get the ball out. What was the time per pass for Sam Darnold on Sunday versus those Niners? You know what it was? It was 2.59. Where does that rank in the league? 8th. Who was number 1? Patrick Mahomes at 2.38. Add a little further context to that, Salk. Where was Sam Darnold last year in Minnesota? He was 34th at over 3 seconds.
Wow.
Where was he as a rookie in 2018 through 2021? He was 34th in those 4 years combined at 2.92 seconds. And now last year, obviously, they were 14-3 and huge success and, lots of deep shots and holding the ball to throw it deep and all of that. But I think the point is, and what we saw in week 1 in particular, was a real heightened focus on getting the ball out. Now, the good news is Brady said they also were top 10 in air yards. So it wasn't like they were dinking and dunking like Russell Wilson with checkdowns and bubbles all game, right? They also did throw the ball to JSN down the field with some air yards. So just something to keep an eye on is this thing as they learn about each other, as they grow the system together. Clint and Sam and the rest of the personnel, watch how quickly that ball gets out. Something that Caleb Williams really got to learn in this league.
All right, question number 3. Early in the week, but let's start talking about Pittsburgh because their offense put up 34 points, Brock. How do you see them attacking Seattle, and how do you see Seattle trying to defend it?
Yep, well, I think they kind of know the personnel. I think DK will give them a pretty good detailed plan going against all these corners as he has the last few years in Seattle. And I think what they will try to do as much as they can, I know what I would do, is try to make sure you attack without Nicky Manwari this week. I think you attack the vulnerabilities. You attack the third corner. You attack Ty Okada if you can get him on the field, your third safety. You do whatever you can to try to get after some of the depth that is now going to be out there a little bit more. And the Seahawks' job and Mike McDonald's job is to try to protect those guys and see if there's different personnel groupings they can play. Right, where is this going to be Spoon inside or is Spoon going to stay outside? Do you feel better about another nickel playing inside? Right, in game there, you had to make that move after the first series of the game, but this is where you've got to do your planning to put your best people. Does Josh Jobe play a little more? You talk about passer rating against Rick. You talk about the passer rating against Rick Woolen, who was terrible. Josh Jobe was phenomenal. He was phenomenal and does the right things at the right time without maybe some of the size and speed that Reek has. So, yeah, it'll be a good little chess match with their excellent tight end, with DK Metcalf, with Aaron Rodgers that will throw it and will give you opportunities, as we saw last year against the Jets. It'll be a fun one to break down the next couple days.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Of course, we do that every morning at 7:45. You're going to get a little football conversation at that time. There'll be more football conversation to come at 8:30. Joel Klatt will join us.
You good?
I think so. I've been girding since yesterday, Brock, so hopefully I'll be ready for Joel. And then if you just can't get enough football, Hawks Live, it's back. You can join Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court. Live broadcast preview of the game against the Steelers and a visit from a player as well. Tomorrow night at 7, Bellevue Square Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. All right. Mariners looking for a sweep tonight. 3 guys, Brock. What?
Ooh, big one for Logan tonight.
I know.
With what they've done the last 2 nights, with Mooney not going to be available tonight, with burning the whole leverage bullpen up last night, like this is a big one for LG. Time for LG to step up.
It's a big night for him. I was going to focus for a moment, though, on 3 other guys, though, with an interesting connection and support for each other. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The area of the team we were most curious about,
Wyman and Bob,
was the offense.
Every afternoon at 2.
I thought it was going to be closer to what it looked like against Kansas City with being able to run the ball. It seemed awfully conservative, and I don't know if that's, hey, let's just dip our toe in the water and get our feet wet here. It just seemed like the play calling was very safe for the most part. They're just not playing together right now.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Upgrade your home's comfort, style, and energy efficiency before winter during Lake Washington Windows Autumn Savings Event. Save $500 on every window, $1,000 on every door, plus enjoy 0 payments and 0 interest for 12 months. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with the complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
O'Brien. Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Now, if you have joint pain, this is going to interest you. Wednesday, September 17th, Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
So what joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join the free live stem cell webinar Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. to learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez, Victor Robles. It's an interesting trio, isn't it? And that is, I mean, three people with big and different personalities for sure. And all three of them are big in their own way. Randy may be quiet off the field, but obviously quite the loud presence on it, especially after he does something like hit a home run. Julio is always loud and just the ever-present figure, fun-loving, bright-eyed, the whole deal. And as you said before, Victor Robles is a lot. Usually it's a lot of good. Certainly when you're down at the spring training facility and he's bopping around and making noise and having fun and teasing everybody. Like, he's 99% great. We've seen some of the opposite, obviously the 7-game suspension and some of the problems that he ran into. But for the most part, I mean, you're looking at a lot of positive energy, but more than anything, just a lot of energy between those three guys, all kind of bouncing off each other in unique ways. It does seem, though, and I know this was the way the whole thing was designed this year. We haven't really gotten to see that outfield together as often as we were supposed to this year because of the long injury to Robles. But it does feel like those guys find a way to feed off each other and bring the best out of each other. And maybe most specifically is what they've done for Randy. I mean, the one thing we knew about Randy Arozarena coming into this year or coming into him coming here was that I think the word most often associated with him was mercurial. Mm-hmm. Not that he was a bad guy. I don't think anybody ever said, hey, Randy Arozarena is a jerk. He's a bad dude. He's a clubhouse cancer. No one said that. Just a little mercurial, hard to figure out, curious, like who is this guy? He can maybe be one way at some times and another way other times. Why is he so quiet off the field but so loud after a home run? Like, just a little hard to figure out. And from all the digging I've done, and Shannon or Davish or Adam, Daniel Kramer could probably tell you a little bit more than this, but my understanding is the other guys really spent some time talking to Randy and trying to understand him and trying to learn about who he was and trying to relate to him. And I don't know whether, I'm sure the Spanish element of it helps. Both Victor and Julio do an incredible job of speaking in two languages, and I think that's probably a big help for someone like Randy to use them and their Spanish-speaking ability and also their ability to maybe help him relate to the rest of the team. But we heard the story of the three of them holding each other accountable at the beginning of the year, that they were going to get prepped for every single at bat and, when they were on defense and get in ready position and hold each other accountable for it. And because of it, Randy's defense has gotten a whole lot better. It just feels like that trio together has, I don't know, maybe helped when they've all been together, helped all three of them. This is what Julio said yesterday about Randy.
Yeah, I just feel like, we embrace him. We embrace him in the way that he is, and I just feel like he has a big personality, and I feel like we just embrace him. Allow him to be himself, and give him freedom, because everybody's different, and like he definitely loves it here, and every time since he got here, he have been doing his best, and creating relationships and just playing hard, every single day. So that's something that he really likes it here.
Were you good in chemistry, Salt?
I was not.
You were not good at
This
chemistry?
is maybe the worst I was ever at in any subject I ever took.
Physics?
I wasn't great at physics either, but I was specifically bad at chemistry. In fact, I was so bad in 8th grade chemistry, I never took it again. I didn't take it in high school. I didn't take it in college. Literally never took another chemistry class again after 8th grade.
You didn't have to take it in high school?
I got out of it somehow. I think I took an extra history
what
class.
did you do?
No,
Jeez.
I just took like 2 history classes.
You got out of your language because you had some
What does
fake...
history equal chemistry?
I don't know. They let me do it.
Of course,
What was
you sweet talk to someone.
Yes, you are such a sweet talker.
I am.
What did you do with your language learning disability?
That wasn't until college. I'm good with registrars. What can I tell you? I've got a way with registrars. So does Avery, by the way. The registrar at Avery School loves her. Hey, kids out there, if you're going to college, if you're going to a private school, whatever, here's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Make friends with the registrar.
Yes.
They are the sneaky, most powerful people at school, and they are some of the best relationships to have. They'll get you into the class you want. Just make good friends with the registrar and the housing dean as well.
That's why I got married on May 22nd, 1999. Without the registrar there at the UW, without him turning his back when I said, "Hey, what electives Molly Hill's in?"
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "I can't tell you that."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Well, I don't need you to tell me that. Just
around.
put her class schedule on your little computer screen right there. You turn around.
Yeah.
You are totally
Not stalkery at all. Nothing weird about that.
And then I'll take a little look at that, and then I'll tell you what electives I want to be in."
Have I ever told you the story? I shouldn't tell this now. Have I ever told you the story of what I did to this kid who I made live in Boo Radley's closet? Have I ever told you about that?
No.
Lyle doesn't know who Boo Radley is because he's probably never read To Kill a Mockingbird, but he's a very famous character in American fiction. And, he's sort of this loner who lived by himself. And you got to read To Kill a Mockingbird. But when I was a freshman, I can't even tell a story.
Don't tell.
I can't tell a story. It takes
no,
too long.
don't tell the story.
But
so
it is
anyhow,
a really good story.
Back to chemistry and me asking you about chemistry and were you good in it?
No.
Chemistry is such a remarkable on a team, on a sports team, on a hockey club, Salk, on a radio show, on a high school football team. Like chemistry and how you define it is and how it comes about is like an amazing story.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. And it's easier to do in the rear view mirror than it is at any point in the windshield, right? As you're kind of going about it, but you can then look back at it in the rear view, especially, and go, wow, that was truly a special group. The closest team I ever played on, I've told you this before, was also the best team. That was one step short of a Super Bowl. And if we got to the Super Bowl, we probably win it in 2002, but we lost to Tom and Uncle Damon was the backup to Brady there in New England. They go on to win the Super Bowl in the AFC Championship game. But that team had so much chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
That team enjoyed being around each other. That team had plane rides that everybody talked to everybody. You just did not have these little cliques. And I know when you and I started this, and not only were there no buff dudes, I'd be like, really? This is what these clubhouses look like? That there's that section, there's that section, there's that section, there's that. And some of it's culturally, and some of it's language, and some of it's some of the challenge, the global nature
And
of
by the way,
baseball.
I think you still see some of that on this team too. Like I'm not even a team with good chemistry still has that.
Yes,
it does. I've seen it. Like I've seen teams with very good chemistry.
Sure, you get more comfortable with other guys and you're closer friends to other guys. But I think a George Kirby or a Logan or whatever could go sit in the hot tub with, say, Eugenio and Randy. And,
Absolutely. Yes. I'm not saying that they can't do that. But I just want to
yes.
I think a lot of the Latin guys will still sit together and have their corner of the clubhouse. And
100%.
there's still
100%.
You're going to find that in every clubhouse in America.
100%. And baseball is different in that regard because of so many different backgrounds.
The
And
language
again,
thing
the
is
language
just
barrier.
a big deal.
100%. But chemistry, and amongst that group there and what that does for this team, chemistry and this pitching staff, it'd be very easy, Salk, you would think, from outside to go, oof, this must be kind of hard. One year he's an all-star, one year he's an all-star, one year he's an all-star. Wow, that's the old guy that's been around the block, and you don't feel any of that. You feel those guys genuinely and truly rooting each other on.
No, I think that's right. And I think in the case of those three guys in the outfield, not just rooting for each other, really bringing the best out of each other and holding each other accountable as young players. I mean, Robles all three of them are incredibly talented. Robles was a top prospect. Julio was a top prospect. Randy was always well thought of. I mean, like, all three guys are multi-talented, really interesting, toolsy baseball players. Yep. But holding each other accountable and finding a way to bring the best out of each other, I think that's a really.
So does anybody say anything
that's a little
to Randy,
extra?
Anybody say anything to Randy last night with the 24th
It's funny. I wasn't
out he made?
I wasn't that bothered by that.
Really?
There's 2 outs. What's the? I mean, like, he's 2 outs trying to get a
Cal
scoring
Raleigh.
position.
Yeah, Cal Raleigh, something's bad.
Well, please. I mean,
Really?
like, yeah, he trying to win the baseball game.
Okay. All right.
No.
Yeah.
What did you see?
I'm not putting unless it is a hundo, unless you've got some kind of tell, unless it is clear as day that guy's not holding you on. I'm not taking the bat out of Cal Raleigh's hands at that point.
You're trying to get 2 guys in a scoring position, so all Cal needs to do is hit a single. I don't know. That didn't bother me. That obviously it didn't work, so everyone kills him for it. But I don't know. That one didn't really bother me that much. I don't know. I'm invested in Cal's home run chase, but I'd say I'm more invested in trying to win the game.
You love Randy.
I do, and I think, and I'm willing to live with some of the aggressiveness.
Yes.
No, I thought the defense at the beginning of the game was horrendous. I mean, the reason that they scored their first 2 runs, that Randy totally misplayed that ball, and I didn't think that was very good at all. But he made back up for it by hitting a 3-run shot that was really kind of the moment in that game. The other guy, and we're running out of time here, but I'll just mention it quickly, is that you got to bring into this conversation is Naylor, just because of the intensity and what that does for this team.
He's a competitor, man. Like, he just go out there to do everything he can to, like, help us win the game, man. Something that I respect, like, from him a lot, and I'm really happy he's on our side and he's competing for us too. Like, he just brings it every day. You know what you're gonna get out of him, and he's a dog for real though.
He's a dog, and you could see Julio going crazy after the Naylor home run. So, look,
go ahead. We saw a little of the Naylor emotion.
We saw little.
He's not going to let that out with 50 games to go.
No.
He's not going to let it out with 40 games to go or 20 games to go. You come down the home stretch in a pennant chase to win this division, you're going to start to see some playoff Naylor too.
I'm excited about that element of it.
Oh,
I would say so. Yeah, no, he's got a little something going on as well. All right, fun game as honestly, maybe just for me, because I think the two most entertaining players on the team were the biggest factors in it, with both Naylor and Randy doing their things last night. And I think we're going to get a Robles game eventually where you're like, yep, Victor won them that game tonight. Yep. And the Gino thing is still coming as well. You got about, 17 games to play? Mm-hmm. I think there's a Gino moment or 2 in store for us in the next 2 weeks as well. All right, we'll come right back here with everything you need to know. And then Joel Klatt with his first of weekly appearances all this year at 8:30. It's Brock and Salk.
The area of the team we were most curious about,
Wyman and Bob,
was the offense.
Every afternoon at 2.
I thought it was going to be closer to what it looked like against Kansas City with being able to run the ball. It seemed awfully conservative, and I don't know if that's, hey, let's just dip our toe in the water and get our feet wet here. It just seemed like the play calling was very safe for the most part. They're just not playing together right now.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, on this Wednesday morning, do you find yourself in a position that so many of my family and my friends, heck, even Molly and I were in, and that was just stressed out and confused when it came to our insurance, frustrated as much as anything else as well. What are we paying for? Why are my premiums keep going up? What do we even have covered? Well, if you're in that same boat, then do what so many people have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. please. It's free. It's totally free. And you will more than likely be just like Molly and me, mom and dad, so many of my friends in a boat where you're saving not only thousands of dollars, but you know exactly what you've got covered. That is a victory. Here's how they do it. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusions, no assumptions. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage the world of insurance. So if you've been waiting, don't wait a day longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I said, it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, two-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like Three Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit threetreeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit threetreeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, tremendous game last night for the Mariners. Got down a little bit early, but came roaring back. Randy Arozarena with a huge 3-run bomb to take the lead 3-2, and then it was off to the races from there. Josh Naylor doing his thing.
The 2-1 swung on, blasted right field. Massive bat flip as this one sails away. Goodbye, Josh Naylor. A massive blast. The Mariners have the lead. It is 4-3.
He did not get cheated, Josh Naylor, and he celebrated in Josh Naylor fashion. A lot of intensity last night. He was a big part of this one, and honestly, this is why he's excited to be in Seattle, playing meaningful games at this point in the year.
It's awesome. This is kind of what you train for in the offseason, to be honest. I always tell people you don't train in the offseason to be average. You train to be the best, and you train to be in a situation where you're playing big-time games against big-time teams. You're going to have big-time opportunities within that game, and it's super fun. It's everything you dream of as a baseball player. And I mean, obviously the World Series is the end goal, so just playing hard, man. We got, I don't even know, 20 left or something like that. I don't know. But just play hard for the last 20 or so and try to get a series win every time.
You know what he strikes me as, Salt? The perfect balance of having an intensity, which you feel, which you see, which his teammates speak of, but in the big moments, having that really quiet heartbeat. You know, we've had a few of those players. I've heard that in the past, but they also have like zero intensity. They're just kind of lifeless. He's got just so much juice, yet he can slow that down in all those moments. And then I don't know, did Matt Brash's stuff in their little shove report, was it ever better than last night?
That poor guy.
That changeup.
What's the guy's name? Sausage?
Yeah, the last guy.
That guy took 2 sliders that he thought was going to hit him, and he turned away from both of them.
Yes.
Then they both went for called strikes, and then swung at a pitch that was 4 feet out of the zone.
Yes.
He had no idea where the ball was going. None. Zero. No clue.
And the swing and miss changeup. Oh. And by the way, scale of 1 to 100, how much enjoyment factor of Dave Alley in the booth there explaining the difference between a screwball and a changeup and the grips, and oh my gosh, that's 100. 100 for me. I love that stuff.
That was very cool.
Man, Brash was electric.
Yeah, he was really, really good.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I had one of the people from Driveline a couple years ago tell us that by stuff and movement, that slider's the best pitch in the history of baseball.
Yeah,
in the history of baseball. I mean, it might be.
Just by stuff and movement.
Ask that guy Sausage last night. He had no idea where that ball was going to go. None whatsoever. All right, so Astros blow a late lead. That was great. They get walked off by the Blue Jays. Unfortunately, Rangers win and Cleveland win. So 1 game in the West. That's it. You just trail Houston by 1 game. Still a game and a half up in the wild card. 2.5 up over Cleveland. 1 left with St. Louis tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks back to practice today, Brock, and going to shake off that Week 1 loss and get themselves ready for a difficult opponent as they go all the way to Pittsburgh. And, yeah, it's a revenge game for DK Metcalf. Mike Tomlin asked whether or not DK'd be thinking that way.
I haven't talked to him about it whatsoever. I don't know that I've seen him since we got off the airplane and got back here in a one-on-one like capacity. But common sense would tell you that it certainly does. They drafted him. He played there a number of years. Whether or not he will acknowledge it is up to him.
The answer is yes.
No kidding.
Emotionally, the way that guy is wired and he gets himself ready to go, and as fierce a competitor as he is, especially on game day, that will be a definitive yes. I think outside of Eamon Mori, and that's a huge loss, anybody else get banged up at all in the Seahawks game?
Didn't seem like there was
Felt
much.
like time and after time, the Seahawks were the hitter. They were the hammer. Now, so were Warner and D. Winters. There's no question about that. But, it was the Niners that had player after player after player kind of limp off the field. Outside of Eman Worry, I can't remember anybody else. They were still they were still divvying up the reps a little bit with Tyrese Knight and making sure his legs get right. But, yeah, I think the Seahawks will be pretty motivated when they hit the field this afternoon.
And if they need a little extra motivation, they dropped to number 20 in ESPN's power rankings. I saw them at number 21 in some others. So, yeah, there's a little extra motivation factor for the Hawks.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You're probably not really ready for it yet, but hockey season coming up real quick. In fact, rookie camp opens today. The veterans will be there on the 18th, so another week before they arrive. But, yeah, you get...
guy Schwartzy?
Huh? Schwartzy will be there,
Jaden Schwartzy?
He'll be there. You going to root for him now this year? Now that you're buddies?
When you go from the hot tub to the cold tub, right? Yeah. Yeah, you kind of bond.
You got a level of bonding.
You build a bond
Of course.
up there in Alaska,
Right.
as I did with Schwartzy.
Yep.
I like that guy. I just like Schwartzy's. I like my pastor, Schwartz and Traub. I like the old Billy Schwartz. I like,
yeah.
I mean, who doesn't like a Schwartzy?
Who doesn't? That's fair. That's a good point. That's everything you need to know. That's why Brock's here.
And nothing else
for that
you need
kind
to
of
know.
analysis.
Uh-huh.
That's everything you need to know.
So the young
Quarterbacks
guys
every
get
hour.
going first, huh? For a good week or so before the vets come in?
Yep.
Okay.
And they get a little rookie showcase deal up in Everett on Saturday, and I think there's tickets for that. So if you want to go up to Angel of the Winds on Saturday, it's like $25 to go watch the Kraken youngsters against the Canucks youngsters in a little showcase.
Angel of the Winds ice versus the Kraken Iceplex ice.
I don't know. I mean, I don't get to skate. I've never skated at one. I could
Seth
ask
doesn't get to
Cecily.
play. Seth doesn't get to play at Angel of the
She
Winds.
has once. Yeah.
Just one time.
Yeah,
Okay.
only once. I got to ask her about that, though. I don't know. I don't know whether she noticed the difference or not.
Okay,
It's a good
great.
question. It's a very
Let's
good
go.
question.
Gird your loins. I
I'm
hope
not
they're ready.
Let's
He's
delay.
coming out.
Let's
He's
take
coming
a few more minutes. I don't know whether I have.
He is coming at the king. He told me he's coming at the
I
king.
don't want him to. I want this to be friendlier. I don't want to fight with Joel Klatt every week all year. Like, that's not as fun for me as you think it is.
Oh, it's fun for me.
But it's not
And
fun
Maura.
for me. I
And
don't want
Lyle.
this.
Yep. And Tom.
It's not all
and
about
Daniel.
you, Saul.
But it's kind of about me. Like, in this case, because I'm the one who's got to deal with it. Joel Klatt is next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the concerns about the Seahawks offense solely because of the unknowns, or is there an actual lack of talent on this team?
There isn't a lack of talent on this team, no. It's how is this talent going to mesh offensively? Because we just haven't seen it all mesh when it comes to this offense. That's why people are second-guessing. I think it's completely fair for people to second-guess this offense and what the capabilities are.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, guys, we're definitely past Labor Day now. You're starting to think about fall, starting to think about the holiday season, which isn't even that far away. And maybe you're thinking about just what happened over the summer. Maybe you let yourself go a little bit. Maybe you don't look the way you want to. Now is the time to get back in line, and Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help with that. In fact, it's the best way to get that done. They were really helpful for me, and not just me. Over 4,000 people here locally became better versions of themselves thanks to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Why? Because the plan works. It's not that hard. It's very safe. No injections, no surgery, all fresh, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store with real accountability and coaching every step of the way. It really is designed to help, and that's why it works. It just starts with a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours right now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start September 17th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, it's on me, Brock. Here you were
what are you
talking
doing?
all about Schwartzy, and I didn't even drop this on you.
May the Schwartz be with you.
That's on me. I mean, how did I not go back and play a little Spaceballs? So I'm sorry. Thank you to everybody in the text machine who reminded me to get a little Mel Brooks in there today. Lau, you remember who Mel Brooks is? We went over this. Do you remember who Mel Brooks is?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. Just say yes.
What are you doing, Lon? You're doing the same thing you did to your chemistry registrar. You did the same thing you did to your foreign language
Me?
registrar. Yeah, you're trying to sabotage this, aren't you?
Not, I swear.
Nah, you're
I had
trying
nothing
to
to do with this.
sabotage. Technologically, you're
Nope.
like, wow, this all sounds good. We'll try to make it go, but I'm going to put a little
Do you think I can
firewall up.
kibosh a fire, create a firewall in the Fox studios?
Yep, I know how you do your firewalls.
I think that might be giving me more credit technologically than I really deserve. But yeah.
Oh, you only know how to bust through firewalls.
I don't even
That's
really know
right.
how to do that. I'm just an intuitive genius, Brock.
I don't even know what the heck a firewall is, for crying out loud.
This is going to be one of those things where for years Brock will like refer to it, not really knowing what it is, but just sort of talk about what's going on with the firewall.
Seriously.
Right?
What's up with hashtag longboard? I mean, what are we doing
Body.
here?
Hashtag long body.
Yes.
That's another good Brock Heward moment.
What are these hashtags?
We're
What are we
trying
doing?
to figure out why Earl Thomas was ending his tweet with hashtag long body. And Brock was like, oh, no, guys, I figured it out. I looked it up. And then proceeded to read us the definition of a hashtag. That's a good Brock Huard moment
That was good.
from back in the day. I think that
Oh,
was from
boy.
the podcast, right?
Boy, how'd he never let me down? No, I was sitting right there.
Oh,
next to
really?
you with
Was that for some
sucker.
reason in
Yeah.
my memory? It was
No.
it was part of the podcast during
So
the
how much
podcast
college
year,
football
so.
you been watching, Salk? You ready for
Just
Joel Klatt?
enough to be ready for Joel. I don't remember many of the names or anything, but just enough so that Joel can't yell at me and say that I don't watch any.
Did you like that little Iowa State QB, Rocco Becht?
I watched a little of him. I thought he was okay. Here's the thing. I'm not going to watch games where the final score is more than 50
70
points
to
in
10?
differential. I'm out. I have no interest in that. But I've watched a little. We have Joel. We've got Joel Klatt. Good morning, Joel. For the first time this year, we'll be doing it every Wednesday at 8:30. Good morning to Joel Klatt.
Good morning. What's going on? How are you?
Nervous, mostly. Nervous about the fact that
You should be nervous.
I am. I'm more nervous than I should be.
Well, I mean, that's what pressure does, Salk. So, like,
What does it do,
you're up.
Joel?
Buckle up.
What
Let's
pressure?
go.
What does pressure do, Joel? Does Gus ever tell you what pressure
Well,
is?
if you're weak, then it breaks you. Like Salk is squirming. He's like, how am I ever going to do this? What's the right way to ask these questions that don't sound stupid?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I don't want to get yelled at like all the poor guys trying to ask Sark questions the other day. I don't need.
Yeah.
I mean, let's start there. What's wrong with Sark? Seriously,
What's wrong with Sark?
Why does he treat people like that? I don't get it. The moment
He's
anyone
defending his quarterback,
He's
who
defensive.
is under more scrutiny. He's defending his
Defensive.
quarterback, he's defending his quarterback, who is more scrutinized than any other player in college football. That's exactly what a coach should do. If he didn't defend him and he would have come out and give some lame deal like, I don't know, we'll see, and giving coach speak, that would have been a problem, because it would have been a problem in the locker room. Here's the problem with you, Salk, is that all you think about is what you want. Right. You're selfish. So you want a very specific answer, and you want it to be what you want it to be. And Sark is coaching and answering that question for his locker room, not for guys like you sitting there acting like you're an entitled media member. You feel like you deserve some specific type of answer,
This is actually exactly
and you're
what
not
I
going to
wanted.
get it. And guess what? Sark is going to give the answer that's best for his locker room, as he should.
I can't.
What's wrong with Sark?
I can't stand Sark from
Goodness
his days here.
gracious!
So this was music to my ears.
So we decide. We decide, Salk. Like, let's try this every week, and that's how you open.
Yeah, I think it was a good way. I thought it would be a good way to open. And especially, I like the idea that you think the media is entitled. Listen to the media attempt to talk to Sark. They're so befuddled and terrorized by him. This poor chap down in Texas can't even get a thought out.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the According to fourth who? quarter. Arch said that to you? No. According to who? It just looked like he doesn't have any. Is there an explanation for why it looked like that?
Yeah, entitled media. The poor guy can't even get a sentence out without being afraid Sark's going to pull his credentials.
You know why? You know why? Because that moron came in there and just started speculating. And then he was like, Arch is having a hard time. According to who? Arch. Arch told you that? Blah, 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 blah. He sounds like you right now trying to ask a question. My goodness. This is live? They pay you to do this?
They do. Not that much. Not as much as you get paid to do what you do. That's for sure.
What have your eyes,
Thank God
guys?
for that.
What have your eyes seen the first couple weeks, Joel, of the big picture? Both what you've seen, I guess, up close and personal, that Ohio State-Texas game, and then the big picture, college football. What's Joel Klatt taking in the first couple weeks?
Thank goodness for sanity and like an actual question that can have some substance, first of all. Second of all, Brock, I saw two really good.
Thank you, Lyle. Thank you for just cutting the stream. Thank you. Finally. Oh, no, he's back. Darn it. I thought Lyle had actually done something good in the other room.
Yes. Are you there? Go ahead, Joel.
I'm here. You got me?
Continue. Yes. Salk tried to cut the
I would
cord.
say-
Right.
He tried to pull the power plug. Go ahead.
I saw two really good teams in Texas and Ohio State, that both have really good defenses. And one thing that we know, and now what we would call like modern college football in this era of the playoff is you better have a great defense. The last 4 national champions, they finished first in total defense, third in total defense, first in total defense, first in total like you better be able to play, and in particular on the defensive line. I thought both of those teams did a nice job. Now, I would also suggest even after Notre Dame, Miami, even after Clemson, LSU, and what we've seen subsequently from all of these teams, I don't know if there's a team that just jumps off the film to me and screams like, okay, this team is definitely the best team in the country until I start prepping for this week's game. I'm doing Oregon Northwestern, and I was like, that's
Northwestern's
exactly
that
what
good?
it's supposed to look like. You're the worst. You're the worst.
All right, that is overboard. How dare you? That is too far. The worst. That is too much.
Sulk, I'll just tell you this and all your listeners. I want you to take this and internalize it. I do this all over the country. You're the worst.
Stop it.
So I turn on the film for Oregon, and that's exactly what it's supposed to look like. Brock, like they are fast where they're supposed to be fast, and then they are big and physical where you're supposed to be big and physical. Salt, get your mind out of the gutter. That's disgusting. So the defensive tackles have this rotation that is really good, and they're all big players in there. 300, 330, 330. Edge, they have ferocity on the edge. They've got speed at the linebacker core that can be hybrid, and in particular in today's offense, you've got to be able to be hybrid based on personnel groups. The one question for me is they're young in the secondary, a couple of freshman corners starting at least for right now until they can get healthy. I really like Thieneman, their safety. He gives them versatility in their defense. And then offensively, I was a wait and see. How is Dante Moore actually going to play, and how is he actually going to look? And then this rebuilt offensive line, Brock, what was it going to look like? How physical was it going to be? I've watched all these teams on film. Oregon has the best offensive line in the country, and I think Dante Moore is a guy that raises their ceiling. I think he can be, I know this sounds crazy, I think he can be better eventually, not right now, but better than Bo Nix or Dylan Gabriel. And Bo was a first-round draft pick. He's got more arm talent, which means that he threatens more of the field on every snap, which leads to space. And when you create just slivers of space, then the speed can take over, which is what you saw against a totally overmatched Oklahoma State team. Coming on this show is like Oregon playing Oklahoma State.
See, I was trying to help you out, and you thought I was making fun, but I was trying to help you out and steer you away from spending the first 10 minutes of your first appearance here in Seattle praising the Oregon Ducks. But hey, dig your own grave, buddy. That's on you.
Do you?
I'm just trying to help you here.
Do you think I care? Do you think I care? I go on in Dallas and berate them about Texas A&M. Like, I'm going to call balls and strikes. If
I
you
appreciate
can't handle that, that's your problem.
I can, believe me. I don't know whether I'm speaking about me
Yeah,
here.
it seems like it.
Hey,
you seem to have some seriously thick skin going on.
That's me. All right. Well, it's mostly the hair that covers all the skin. When you got this much fur, it's a little easier to deal with the insults. All right, more seriously.
Nice. See how you shifted to self-deprecation?
Yep.
That's
Isn't that good?
That was good.
I know. That's an old trick of the trade. You must be an old radio host to know about that.
It's like Eminem in 8 Mile. It's like, I'm going to rip on myself so he can't rip on me.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Hey, so more seriously, I don't know whether we're going to be talking quarterbacks at the end of this year in Seattle or not. It remains to be seen what happens with Darnold, and we're a long way off. But if and when we do, who are we and who should we be talking about at the end of this year as potential top 10, top 15 kind of picks at the quarterback position, but more specifically ones that would fit here, that would fit with Mike McDonald and fit with Clint Kubiak and this sort of, Shanahan-style run-first balance system?
That's a tough question because some of the guys that I was really high on have not looked like I thought they would, namely Cade Klubnik, who I thought would have been a decent fit because of his athleticism and his ability to throw the football. But he has not looked right. Clemson has not looked right. He was the guy that I was kind of pointing at that really could be that guy. I think Garrett Nussmeier has played well. Again, is that a great fit? I'm not totally sure. I do know that there's a lot of guys out there that are starting to play and raise some eyebrows. One of them is Dante Moore at Oregon. I think that he's played really well. And then there's some young guys out there. The draft process is so interesting because it tends to, we have one thought at the beginning of the year, and it tends to be very different once we actually get to that time period on the calendar. Remember, no one thought Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray were going to be the number one pick overall. I don't think a lot of us thought Bo Nix was going to be a first-round draft pick. It's one of the reasons he came back to start his 873rd game in college football that last year. And then all of a sudden he built himself into a first-round draft pick. So I think it remains to be seen. I look at Nussmeier at LSU, and I think to myself, that's what it's supposed to look like. So we'll see if he continues to play well.
But there's not a lot of plus traits.
Seattle
there, right?
had him, man. By the way, no, there's not, and that's McCarthy would have been great in that system. You see what he was able to do in the fourth quarter against the Bears. But man, Seattle was right there, and that's the tough part of not having a game-changing quarterback at that level. Is you're gonna be in a tight game every single week. And then they just weren't able to make the plays necessary down the stretch. They've got to find that guy. I don't know if Darnold's going to be the answer long term. I think he can be, but let's remember now, we've seen quarterbacks have a revival, if you will, or play their best football under Kevin O'Connell. And then once they're not with Kevin O'Connell, they're not the same player. And I think that would be the risk with Darnold right now in Seattle.
And the other side of that, Joel, and I agree with you, is the beauty of the draft process and the college season is we actually get to play, and it's not just all of the hype. The other side of that is once a narrative is written about you, it is really hard to change it. And 17 million people watched your game. You and Gus and Jenny Taft and the whole crew there watched Ohio State, Texas. A lot of blink scouters out there would say, I'm done with Arch. He can't throw. He's inaccurate. His fundamentals. He throws like Uncle Rico. A lot of folks are kind of done. Now, he's got the Manning name to help change some of that, and he's got a lot of stature to him. But just seeing him up close and personal, what was your single biggest takeaway on Arch, just the pure quarterback?
I thought he was overwhelmed a bit in that environment. And Brock, I've called Michigan in that stadium, Michigan-Ohio State. That was the loudest I had heard Ohio Stadium. There was an energy in that building that was uncommon, even for all the times that I've been there. And I think that he was overwhelmed by that a bit. And then I was shocked at some of the choices he made with arm angle. I was shocked at some of the inaccuracies, but I also was impressed with the way, even in the midst of playing poorly, he comes back and leads them down the field, throws a nice ball to Livingstone, for a touchdown, and has the football in a one-possession game in the fourth quarter. So there are building blocks, and then this is what I would say, and specifically as it relates to the draft process, is Brock, Joe Burrow wasn't Joe Burrow until his last year after he was a much older player. Same with Bo Nix, same with Baker Mayfield, same with Kyler Murray.
Penix.
There's a lot of these guys. Michael Penix, great example with Michael Penix. There's a lot of these guys that have to go through growing pains. If we would have judged Michael Penix on his first road start when he was playing for Indiana, we would all said well, there's no way he's an NFL quarterback. But he developed into that. This is why I think most of us believe, and even his grandfather Archie believes, that this is not going to be the last year for Arch Manning. And he's not going to just come out with 1 year as a starting quarterback under his belt. Joe Burrow started for 1 year at LSU, then he came back and he had that unbelievable year and he became Joe Burrow. I anticipate, if this year goes as it's going, that Arch will get better during the course of this year, probably play really well late, and come back and be a much better player next year at Texas than he is this year. I don't think this is the make or break year for him. He's not out of eligibility, and history suggests that his best football is ahead of him. And I would also say this. If you look at, Brock, I think you and I have talked about this actually specifically. If you look at the quarterbacks who have won Super Bowls since Brady's first Super Bowl, those quarterbacks, all the way now, we've got 25 years of data that suggests that if you're going to win a Super Bowl in the NFL, you better have a substantial amount of reps in college first. The average of all of those guys is well over 30 starts, 1,000 attempts. And I think that experience gets overlooked when we're just so focused on trying to get the next shiny object. And you know, shiny object is the currency with which guys like Sark deal with. But we look for substance, Brock. And we're looking for
Well, it's a
guys
little
to
hard
have
though
that
when he's being
substance of a
called
college
generational,
career.
right? I mean, like it's not if his
I didn't
name.
call him generational.
I know that.
Maybe
Other
you
pe-
did.
no.
I didn't call him generational.
Yeah, no. Then you got me right because I love the Mannings. No, I mean when he's being called
I'm
generational.
sorry, I'm not up to date on all of your takes from 4 years ago.
No, I just
and 5
it's an
years ago.
HGH thing. Don't worry about it. It just the
I
whole.
didn't get the bio. Did you guys send me a bio over? I was supposed to be up to date on all of your takes.
Try to do that. Where are you on Jalen Milroe, by the way?
Where am I on Jalen Milroe?
Yeah, is he someone that can? I mean, they brought him in for one
There's
play
a
in
lot
this
of,
game.
Lot of. Based on what I saw last year, he needs a lot of development throwing the football. You see, at that level, you cannot just be a good athlete. That has to be secondary. Has to be secondary. You've got to control the game from the pocket. First and foremost, if you can't do that, none of anything else matters. This is exactly what Caleb Williams is dealing with right now in Chicago. Great. You run around for a touchdown here and there. He's late. He's overthrowing guys, and he can't control the game from the pocket. And so Jalen Milroe, now, how do you develop? You've got to play, but the coaches have to understand, like, you can't just throw away a season in order to get a guy development to then see if he could potentially be your quarterback for the future. So, outside of being forced into action, I'm not as intrigued as maybe others because, again, the ability to elude, evade, and make plays with explosiveness is a secondary trait in the NFL. That doesn't mean that it's not important, but you first have to control the game from the pocket.
Yeah. You know what struck me with that, Joel, is I was watching somebody put a supercut together of every one of Cam Ward's throws, the number one pick in the draft, in the pocket against a ferocious, one of the best defenses in all the NFL. That would be the Broncos. A brutal place to play, very loud as well. But when you watch the game from that view, it's like the end zone view of every one of his throws, you realize how overwhelmingly hard this game is in the NFL. So it's like when we sit in those seats behind home plate, the really good seats that we have, and you watch Cal Raleigh, and when you've got to have a pop time of X to throw that guy out in that spot in that moment, it is the same thing. I mean, it's not even the same game. Watching high school football a lot closer now, into the college game, it is a different game. And watching the precision, and Cam I thought was pretty good. I thought he got the ball out pretty good, a whole lot better than Caleb and some of these other guys. But, Joel, the level of precision and timing it takes to play that position from what you just said, the pocket first, man, it is
What is the hardest
insurmountable.
part? What is, if there's one thing, what is the hardest part about playing quarterback in today's game?
Processing. You have to process a mountain of information almost instantaneously. And then be in balance and rhythm to showcase elite 0.00001% talent to throw the ball in that tight window in the perfect timing. So it's not just the ability to make the throw, it's to process the information in the amount of time to get yourself in a position to make the throw and then make the throw. So there's 10 dominoes. Everything is just so fast. The defense is moving at an incredible rate. It's like this interview for you. It's probably sped up in your head. And, like, that's understandable. So this is more difficult than most
I'm seeing
interviews
ghosts.
for you.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah, you
like
start
poor
to see
Sam
ghosts,
Darnold all
and
those
you're
years
like,
ago.
Is there 12 guys out there? That's easily the most difficult part because you've got to come out and you have a picture pre-snap, and then at the snap of the football, that picture is going to change, which changes. It can change your timing, the side of the field you're looking at, the player that you're trying to read. Did I go from a zone movement key to a progression? And you've got to then be ready to manipulate the pocket, understand what's around you, but not keep your eyes on that rush, and then throw the football in tight windows in the correct timing. It's just an incredibly difficult
Tim
thing to do.
Couch or David Carr, who was just so thoroughly beat up when he was young that
Carr.
Was it Carr? I kind of confused the two in my
75
mind.
sacks.
Carr.
One
The
season.
expansion,
Oof.
the expansion
Yes.
Texans.
Yeah, that's me.
75 sacks.
That's got to be me. I'm the David Carr now of the show. Just beat up early so that,
Except-
20 minutes into the interview, I got nothing left.
Except he was a rookie, and you're
I know.
supposed to be a veteran.
Darn it.
so.
I know.
Can you help me?
Hey, by the
in
way,
one
did you see his
final way?
brother doing stuff the other day? He was great on, was it YouTube, doing
Derek
analysis? I thought Derek was
Derek.
really good
Yeah,
at doing
really
that.
good.
He got the guy liner on early,
Yeah.
and he looked good.
Gosh, can you can you just do me one in the final minute here, Joel? One little favor for Salk, because he's a really good blink scout. We've learned that over the years. He's taken the crown of being a blink scout, one of the best to do it.
Just give me one look. I'll figure it out.
He watched Lenoris Sellers in the opener. I told him to watch a little Lenoris. If you were to say, hey, Salk, kind of blink scout a couple guys this weekend or this month on a Saturday when you got a chance, when you're not up at the Kraken Ice Complex, when you got a chance to watch college football, who are a couple guys that he's got to blink scout? Would you have him? You really wouldn't have him watch Northwestern this weekend, right? That's not a great test for Dante.
Yeah.
Plus,
Give
I'd
me
have
a
to watch
couple-
Joel.
Give me a couple guys. Give me a couple guys he should blink scout.
Blink scout CJ Carr at Notre Dame. I think I saw some things there that I liked, even in a loss against Miami.
Now he's too young,
And so
right? He's
I-
just a second-year guy, so we're not.
That's all right.
looking...
I don't mind looking at him now.
Correct.
Oh, okay, all right. All right,
Correct.
fine. Okay.
That's a great question. I would blink scout Joey Aguilar at Tennessee. He's going to go.
Okay.
He's going to face Georgia at home, and he looks like he's a very good player.
You've
I
done
would
some blink scouting on the kid out
Allard.
of Penn State, right,
Yeah.
Salt?
Yeah, he looked a whole lot better
Yeah.
this past week than he did when I saw him in the playoffs last year, not surprisingly. But he looks like he could be pretty good.
Well, when he didn't have any wide receivers,
Right,
when
yeah.
they got 0 catches from their wide receivers,
didn't help.
that's his fault. His wide receivers can't get open. You know, the last interception against Notre Dame, he's coming back. It's the third
All right,
read on
we
the
gotta go.
progression. I know you didn't watch the film, so I'll give it to you.
No
So he's
kidding.
got an in route on the backside, and the third man in the progression right there. You've got to, as a quarterback, you're coming back to him, and his job is to win and create space. His job is to not allow the defender underneath him. He's got to angle that route back and keep moving towards the middle of the field. So his wide receiver bows the route. He starts drifting down the field and not running hard. And Aller throws the ball to a spot that he's expecting the wide receiver to win in. It gets picked off, and Salk blink scouts that Aller played terrible. Nice.
Terrible. It's terrible.
Do you really
Awesome.
want me looking at film? I wouldn't know what I'm looking at. Like, why would you want...
Exactly.
Exactly. So I see things from a different angle, and it works very well for me. It's been working for 16 years, sort of. Joel, thank you, I guess. We'll do this again next Wednesday, and we'll be doing it throughout the whole year, the whole football season. We're
You
paying
didn't
for
even
this,
ask
Brock.
me about Washington. I love what I'm seeing from Washington right now.
We
Not
don't have
great in
time.
week
Your
one,
answers
but,
are
like,
so
watch out
long.
for
We don't have time to ask you about Washington. This is radio. We only have so much time.
Because you keep interrupting. You ask me a question and then you're sort of like, "Well, I didn't
Because
say
you've been
that."
talking
Look
for
at my
5
chest
minutes.
hair.
Eventually, we got to cut you off and move on. Have fun. See you, Joe. We'll talk to you next week.
Later.
There's Joel Klatt. That was exhausting. Oh, my gosh. We're going to talk about Washington next. Now, he didn't know that, but it's Washington Wednesday, and Brock's got some thoughts next on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks make a move. Wyman and Bob every afternoon at 2.
Abe Lucas signs a 3-year, $46 million extension. How about that?
I've said I think he's the most spectacular offensive lineman until Gray Zabel takes over, because I fully expect that to happen. But when you watch Abe Lucas, it's like, look at this. He's always looking for extra work, or he's running downfield and blowing somebody up.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
All right, guys. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You got a book right now. It's an unforgettable experience. You can go to snocasino.com. The rooms for the new hotel, spectacular. The new pool with the whole indoor-outdoor deal, amazing. The new restaurant, oh my gosh, that is awesome, with great views as well. The spa, the convention center, the concert venue, all of it, and even the expanded non-smoking gaming floor. It is really tremendous. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With Quantum Fiber Internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his Quantum Fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Very polarizing guest. Very polarizing. Oh my God, can we please have more guests dedicated to shredding Salk? Best segment I've listened to in years. Klatt is a bit condescending. I know it's sort of his shtick, but it's a hard listen, him going in on Salk so much. Salk's a good sport, and I know he'll say it's just fine, but Klatt was hard to listen to. Knowledgeable, sure, but juice not worth the squeeze. If you guys could just bring Sherm back, that would be great, because the last half hour was really uncomfortable. Anyway, those are the various directions people are going in. Yes. Very polarizing 25 minutes with Joel Klatt. Don't worry, though. It's just the first of many. We'll be doing it every Wednesday at 8:30 throughout the football season. And for those of you saying, wait a minute, what happened to DJ? Why are you paying Joel instead of DJ? That's a terrible decision. Don't worry. We're paying both of them. That's right. DJ joins us Tuesdays. In fact, we were with DJ yesterday at 9:30, and he'll be there until the end of baseball season, and then he'll replace Jeff Passan at 8:30. So, Brock, yes, Joel was right. We should have asked him about UW, but don't fear, because we're about to do a few minutes of Washington Wednesday right now.
Washington Wednesdays, presented by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
You know what Saturday night was like in old Husky Stadium? It was like the weather wasn't. It was a lot better than the blustery day in November where the University of Washington played an undermanned San Jose State Spartans. They were not a 1AA team at that time. They were in the WAC, and I remember breaking the huddle with Olin Kreutz and Bob Sapp and Benji Olsen and coming to the line of scrimmage like, oh no, this is not a fair fight for those guys. And all of a sudden, Corey Dillon had, I believe, 270 yards of total offense, like in the first 15 minutes of the game. He could have had 1,000 yards that day. That's not even in any way an exaggeration nor hyperbole. He could have run for 1,000 yards that day. Jonah Coleman could have had 12 touchdowns Saturday. He had 5 on 15 carries. Jed Fish was asked about it after the game, was asked about in Cut 22. Jonah's performance here was the head coach.
I mean, he had 15 carries and 5 of them were touchdowns. So pretty good performance. I also want to say that he won the Academic Athlete of the Year here for our football team. He had the highest cumulative GPA of our entire football team with a 3.91. So cool. Over the year that he's been here. So we were able to reward him for that as well. So a pretty cool day. He posted on his Twitter yesterday and his Instagram yesterday that award that he got from our academic services. And then today he had 5 touchdowns. It's a pretty good weekend.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Remember a couple years ago when those Huskies came in for our Holiday Magic, and it was Roma Dunze, and it was Penix, and it was those guys. And do you remember the vibe that they left in the building? It was a vibe of, wow, those guys are great dudes. Those guys coming in here and serving and volunteering and didn't want anything, and they weren't just divas and high maintenance. That's Jonah Coleman. He's in the same kind of wiring. He's a total pro. Could he have left last year and been a late-round pick? Yes. Did he come back to school in a very wise decision? 100%. Is he going to have a chance to legitimately win the Doak Walker Award and be the best running back in college football this season? He's got a good O-line. He's got a really athletic quarterback that also holds defenders and keeps them accountable on the backside of run, Salt, because that dude, Little Demond, can run and is the fastest Husky. And so there's going to be an immense amount of production in bigger games. So to your point, it's 70-10. It's non-competitive. It was like the San Jose State Spartans. So, Coach Fish, what can you get out of a matchup like this where the talent disparity was so great? Here was the head man yesterday.
Make sure that you play to the talent advantage would be the most important thing. We've all seen these games. You could turn on the TV today and you could see games that, you would think that were big talent advantages, and the games were a lot closer than teams wanted them. And then there were other games that looked like this. The most important thing you have to be able to run the ball when they know you can run it, throw the ball when they know you throw it, and beat the teams that, you have that talent gap with. And we know that. We know the situation. And I thought that they have a good team.
Actually, it's funny. UC Davis, I was looking at the FCS rankings, Salk, the 1AA, where Gray Zabel came out of, North Dakota State. They're number 1. South Dakota State, number 2. Montana State, 3. UC Davis is like in the top 15. They're not a terrible, terrible program, but they were physically so overwhelmed, and you physically humiliated them, which you need to and you've got to do. So now you've got a bye week, and then it's the Apple Cup, and then you know what happens 2 weeks from Saturday. The team that you got to watch in week number 1 overwhelm Arch Manning. I have a sense that 2 weeks from Saturday, if the Huskies take care of business at Wazoo and beat those guys, which physically they should, and where you're at in year 2 of a program versus 70 new Cougs there with a new head coach trying to establish their culture, and no John Mateer, who beat you almost single-handedly last year in Husky Stadium. All those things have departed, so you should be 3-0. You should probably be maybe 24th, 25th in the rankings by then. And then you know who comes to town 2 weeks from Saturday. That would be the Ohio State University, the number 1 team in the country. And I have no issue. I think Jonah Coleman and Damon Williams and those guys and Muhammad and the O-line will be functional. Boston, I think they'll play in some ways in their home building a whole lot better than Texas did traveling to Ohio State in the season opener against Matt Patricia and a new scheme and everything else. And that is what is going to be incredibly compelling theater. So you got to get right this week. You got to take care of business in Pullman, and then Husky Stadium has a chance to rock in a way that you heard Joel say he never heard Ohio Stadium, even with the Michigan.
Yeah,
it's been a while since the number 1 team in the country comes into your building. And you're going to be a pretty heavy underdog, that is going to be a place to be.
It is pretty funny to think that you could play UC Davis and Ohio State within a month of each other. Just some of the oddities of the way college football works. All right, there you go. That's a Washington Wednesday. Lots more text messages coming in on Joel Klatt. Who is that guy? Why is he on? He seems to really hate you, Salk. Okay. 415 says Salk may be a doofus, but he's our doofus. Don't like Klatt beating up on our guy like that. That was the verbal equivalent to a wedgie. All right, this just goes on and on and on. Anyway, don't worry, guys. I'm okay. I appreciate the love and the support. I think I'll survive. I girded my loins for a few days for that.
And I think Joel wanted to come out like a lot of programs do, Salk, and just kind of establish the culture. I think it will be toned down from today.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's hope.
I think it'll be toned down. I think there can be some conversations to be had.
He came in and marked his territory like a wolf. He's like, peeing here and peeing over there.
Do wolves do the same thing? They pee in their corners?
I mean, yeah, I think that's a canine thing. Plus, I stole that joke from Dennis Leary. I'll be right back, Brock. It is everything you need to know next. And then Lyle's got a hot take. We'll just murder him instead. We'll do that in 20 here on Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
I'm not going to lie. I love the sun. I love the summertime. I love the heat. Love all of it. I also really enjoy what's coming right around the corner, and that is fall. Fall is football. Fall is Thanksgiving. Fall is a chill in the air, and fall is a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff. And Top Fitness, well, they have got you covered and some incredible deals right now. From flooring to everything that goes in a home gym, treadmills, ellipticals, strength training systems. Top Fitness, they've got it all. They represent the very best brands available in Washington and all over the country, like Washington's own Precor, made right there in Woodinville, the company that created the elliptical, after all, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with many others. So here's what you got to do. You got to give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design, your own home gym. And right now, get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and another $100 comes off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They got locations in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for even more info. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up.
Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Love cars? LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma, is packed with 300 stunning classics, family fun, and events year-round. For what's happening next and to plan your visit, go to americascarmuseum.org.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Molly Hatchet is bringing their iconic Southern Rock to the Event Center at Silver Reef Casino Resort on Saturday, September 27th. Prepare for an unforgettable night of hits like Flirtin' with Disaster and Gator Country. Mark your calendars for Saturday, September 27th. Tickets are on sale now and start at just $30. Don't miss your chance to see Molly Hatchet at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Get your tickets today at silverreefcasino.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I'm sorry. I'm just still reading through all these text messages, and the Seattle audience is very different from the rest of the sports radio
You
audience.
said that
in
about the
country.
Mariners fan base.
It's
Right?
true.
You said it very split.
425 wants to know if we prepaid on Joel, if we can still get out of it. No, it was fun. Come on. Jeez. All right. Hey, you mentioned the Mariners, Brock. They win. They win again yesterday. I thought it was one of the most fun wins of the season, and maybe because it was the two guys that keyed it, or two guys that I really enjoy, Randy Arozarena and Josh Naylor, but it had that. It had Matt Brash just ridiculous, I thought, in his inning in the eighth. It had the Julio catch late in the game. It just sort of had a little bit of everything. Yeah, here was Randy going yard.
Looks at second, the pitch. Swung on. That is crushed. It's going to go. How far? It's just short of the upper deck. Goodbye, Randy Arozarena.
I'll cut it off there because it's going to take Randy another hour to get around the bases.
How about Gary Hill? That's a great call right there,
Yeah,
G.
I liked this call yesterday of the Naylor double.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really good call.
These guys, I think for Rick and Goldie and for Gary and for these guys, for Angie and Roland Smith will be back here down the stretch. Valley, what cool content.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, home run hitters, Julio getting going, right? Remarkable back end of the ball. Like
And these next four from Cal are all historic in some way, right? And the next
Yes.
one's going to tie Mickey Mantle. The one after that breaks Mickey Mantle. The one after that ties Junior.
Ties Griffey.
And then the one after that would give him the Mariners' solo lead for home runs in a season ahead of Ken Griffey Jr. So, yeah, there's some big stuff ahead for sure. Gosh, there were just so many people taking a part of it last night. Josh Naylor in the middle of a lot of it, and I did enjoy just him talking about being here in Seattle and how much he likes it here.
I mean, I feel comfortable everywhere, to be honest, but I really enjoy playing here. Coming here as an opponent, I thought it was a super cool stadium. The fans were always electric. And I think I don't know, I think you see well here, personally. I like the roof open. Roof flow's cool, but I love the feeling of the roof open, and I don't know. I enjoy playing here.
It's just so funny after years of hearing Mariner hitters complain, and he's just like, yeah, no, I love it.
Isn't that fascinating? I don't think Julio likes it. I mean, I think his numbers home and road are pretty darn solid. Just from a see it, right? Feel it. Teoscar hated it.
Yep.
He went on the record
And those
speaking
guys are
about
good
it.
hitters. I mean, I don't
Yes.
think this is a case of mind over matter for Josh Naylor. I think he's just telling the truth. It just fits his eye. And for other people, it is exactly the opposite.
Is there a golf hole, Salk, in Washington that fits your eye and doesn't fit others?
Ooh, I'll have to think through that a little bit.
Is there a golf hole that really does not fit your eye and others seem to be okay?
I'm gonna have to think through that a little bit. Give me a little time on that, because I feel like the ones I find hard are the ones that everybody finds hard. All right, so Rangers win, Astros lose, walked off by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Cleveland wins. So 1 game lead in the West for Houston, game and a half up in the wild card, 2.5 up on Cleveland.
And those Astros are in Toronto today and tomorrow.
There's something brewing now, did Toronto clinch last night? Or were they just excited? I couldn't tell what happened. Were they partying after that game?
I don't think they clinched, did they?
Well, I don't know.
Already?
I don't know what's going on. I don't think they clinched anything, but the party seemed to be on after that one. Maybe, hopefully they didn't overdo it after that game.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks will be back to practice today, Brock. They got to shake off that week 1 loss. And, Mike McDonald told us on Monday he didn't have a plan for DK Metcalf. I'm going to guess by now he does. They're going to try to get under his skin, don't you think? And I don't know what, maybe that means that it's an important week for Spoon. But I would think they're going to do quite a bit to try to get under DK's skin
You
and take him out of the game.
You travel Spoon with him? You play a
I
different
think
nickel so
about
you
it.
can move him around?
I would think
You think
about
Spoon
it.
will do a little talking to him, you think?
I would think. Yeah, I would
Just a
think.
little?
I would think it's going to be one of those Jalen Ramsey situations, and maybe who did DK swing his helmet at? Derek Hall? Spoon?
That's a good question.
Who was that? I got to go back and remember. Whoever that was should probably be the one to try to get under his skin again.
Yeah. Hey, Maura, does Pittsburgh, I know Freiermuth's a good player. I know their running backs got very involved in the receiving end of things. I think caught 2 of A-Rod's touchdowns in the first game were the running backs. Any other, big-time weapons on the perimeter in Pittsburgh's offense?
Yeah, I had Jalen Warren in one of my leagues. I mean, he's a good fantasy guy just because he's going to be the bell cow.
Yep.
They did not No, I don't think they
No.
really.
Kind of moved on from Pickens, right? Inserted DK into it. So kind of DK,
Calvin
running
Austin
backs.
had a touchdown, 70 yards.
Okay.
I think you're making that name up. I don't think that's a real person.
I mean, Pat Fryermuth's a decent tight end.
Yep.
But yeah, there's not much.
It'll be interesting to see how Mike and that defensive staff play it this week.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Just quickly, Kraken rookie camp opening up today, Brock. The Vets report next week, September 18th. The rookies are going to take on the Canucks prospects, a little 2-game series. You can go get tickets to the one up in Everett on Saturday night at Angel of the Winds Arena. I think they're not too expensive. I was looking last night, like $25 if you want to go see the rookies play. And not even really rookies, they're really prospects, I guess is a better way of looking at it. But pretty cool deal. And just excited for hockey season. That's all. That's the only reason it's in here. I'm just excited for hockey season.
I mean, there's been so much going on. This Mariners run, the historic pace of all these guys, the NFL getting going. Didn't we kind of like the Kraken's moves in the offseason when the dust all settled with some of the veterans they brought in?
Yeah.
Didn't it feel a little more year 2-y than year 3?
I think we liked them, but I think there's still the same questions, if that makes sense. I think we like that they're going to be a lot more physical. Marchman's going to make them a lot more physical for sure. I think, moving on from
Top-tier
Burakovsky
talent.
makes them better addition by subtraction.
Yeah,
but I
the
think that
top-tier
they're still
star
missing
power
that.
talent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's still the issue, and that has not really changed it at all. All right, there you go. That's everything you need to know. A quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I am going to be getting out the Trash Master hat because it's almost time for Trash Takes.
And if I don't win this week, I'm not going to quit. But if I don't win this week, I may have to find an arbiter in the building.
Really?
Yeah, we may just have to bring somebody else because your bias
I'm the
is
Trash Master.
so strong.
You won a couple weeks ago. What's your problem? Like sometimes
My
you
take
win,
is so
sometimes you
good
don't.
this week.
But you don't know what their takes are.
I don't care what theirs are. There
Well,
is
that's
no
absurd.
way. No, I do know, Salk. It's like what's the top hand in poker? What is the very best hand you can have? A full house?
No.
4 of a kind?
No.
4 aces?
No.
What is it? a royal flush?
Royal flush.
There we go. I got a royal flush. So I don't care how good. They got 4 of a kind. They've got the river. They've got whatever
They've
they got.
The river.
Yep,
Yes.
they're gonna. Yeah, they think they're gonna win it on the river.
Spoken
Sorry.
like a poker star over here.
Sorry.
Doesn't matter if you have the river, Lyle.
So
Brock's
I got the
you
royal
covered.
freaking
Well, here's
flush.
the problem. Lyle's going to give a take that I think is well thought out. I just totally disagree with it. So I don't know where that. Maybe this is like a 3 of a kind. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the concerns about the Seahawks offense solely because of the unknowns, or is there an actual lack of talent on this team?
There isn't a lack of talent on this team, no. It's how is this talent going to mesh offensively? Because we just haven't seen it all mesh when it comes to this offense. That's why people are second guessing. And I think it's completely fair for people to second guess this offense and what the capabilities are.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, we are now well into the season past Labor Day, right? We're just about technically even into fall. It's pretty crazy. Football season underway, and maybe you let yourself go a little bit over the summer. You probably aren't alone. But if you want to get back to looking your best, feeling your best, and you know what's right around the corner with the holiday season, now is the time to do it. Just get in touch with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and book a 15-minute conversation. You can go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. It really is an effective program. It works. It's not that difficult to do. Trust me, I did it. It's safe. There are no injections, no surgery. You're eating fresh, delicious, real food that you buy at the grocery store, nothing prepackaged. There's real accountability and great coaching every step of the way. It's designed to help, and that's why it works. And it just starts with that 15-minute call. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Switching bath soap from sandalwood to tropical essence? That's glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Tolling September 29th. Free good-to-go sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Lift off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit SUPLinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey, it's Shannon O'Kelly from IRG, and Wednesday, September 17th, Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk all about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
Which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join the free live stem cell webinar Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. to learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, stop talking, says the 425. I think about poker. 360 says Brock goes all in a Texas Hold'em game, shouting, "Go fish!"
Uno.
Uno. Now, do you say tuno? My kids sometimes will say tuno when they have two left.
Yeah, I can't play Uno. I'm colorblind. So
that's
that
a
is
tough one for you.
That's a tough one.
Yeah,
for
that's
me.
not a good game for you.
No.
Really, card games in general with the whole black and red thing's got to be pretty challenging. All right. We'll do trash takes. I got the Trash Master hat ready to go. So that's coming up in 15 minutes. But as we were discussing football and the Seahawks this week, it came out, Brock, in conversation that Lyle is not of our ilk. He does not think about the game the way you and I do, and in one major way, it makes him different from us. And so I thought we'd give Lyle a little bit of an opportunity here to explain his sense of offense in the NFL and what direction he'd like to see the Seahawks take it.
Not what they did on Sunday.
Well, okay. So you'd like to see them score more than, what was it?
13
points?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, it comes down to this. I know this is what you guys have talked about all summer, about being excited to watch this type of offense. It's what Mike McDonald and the whole staff wants to implement, and that's fine. But if you're sitting here asking me what I think and what I like watching, this is the exact type of offense that I really, really cannot stand to watch. I mean, it was, to me, passive. It was conservative. You're doing things like, you're kicking the field goal on 4th down instead of going for it. And I know the numbers were close on that, but this is not the type of offense I like watching. This was the exact type of thing that drove me crazy in the late Pete Carroll years that, like a lot of other people, drove me to the whole let Russ cook take when it was for 50 to 55 minutes. You're waiting around and you're waiting around and you're waiting around. You're not putting people away. And then with 2 minutes to go, you try and win the game, except now you don't have prime Russ. Now it's Sam Darnold and an offensive line that has its question marks. I don't like watching that. And you know what? Forget about what I want. What we watched on Sunday, that was totally one-dimensional. Sam Darnold had 80 passing yards going into the final drive. I can tell you what, you're not going to win many games throwing for 80 yards.
Yeah, so I think talking about Sunday's game, it'd be very difficult to disagree with you. I mean, that was not the kind of offense that anybody wants to watch. 13 points isn't good enough. They didn't throw the ball well enough. They didn't run it nearly enough. They weren't successful really in doing either of those things. So you're right. Pointing at Sunday's game as an example, that is easy pickings. No one's going to disagree with you. That was not good enough. But I think the more interesting conversation is about just the stylistic identity of what they want. It sounds like you want them to throw the ball over the yard and play basketball on grass. Is that what am I hearing you right?
More basketball than they played this week and more basketball than what they say they want to do.
Take this week out of it. You're right. No one is disagreeing with you on this week. But take it into account what they want it to be, what we saw, in that second preseason game where it looked and clicked the way they wanted it to. Would you not want an offense to look the way it did in that preseason game?
I want more passing involved. Even with Sam Darnold here and even with what they're trying to implement. Here, I'll give you an example. When Clint Kubiak was the passing game coordinator in San Francisco in 2023 with Brock Purdy as his quarterback, the year they made the Super Bowl, this is per Warren Sharp, by the way, somebody who I know thinks about offense very similarly to how I think about it in the NFL. This is what the Niners did that year going into the Super Bowl. On early down passing in the first 3 quarters back in 2023. Success rate, Niners were first. Yards per attempt, Niners were first. First down rate, Niners were first. Rate of passes to gain 10-plus yards, Niners were first. So with Kubiak as the passing game coordinator and with Brock Purdy sitting there like under center as the quarterback, they were killing it in early down passing, and it took them all the way to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy's not some elite quarterback. Clint Kubiak was helping run that system, and that's what they did. Like, why all of a sudden now are you throwing for 80 passing yards going into the final drive? You don't have to have an elite quarterback to throw on early downs.
So again, I'm not going to listen to anything that involves Sunday's game because I don't think that's fair or indicative. But everything up until that point, I think you make really, really good points and talking about what they want to do in general. I don't necessarily agree with it, and I really do believe that the key to having success in any NFL system is to start off by winning the line of scrimmage, and you do that by being physical and trying to move forward than by moving backwards. But look, those are really great points that you make about Clint Kubiak and what he did in San Francisco.
Yeah, and what did they do with that? What were those plays? Was it Brock Purdy dropping back in the pocket time after time? Was it Brock Purdy in the shotgun time after time after time? No, I bet if you studied those, it was because their dominant offensive line, their dominant run game allowed them to have some pretty dominant play action pass, which once again was, I think, the biggest ingredient missing out of the recipe on Sunday. They wanted to get the ball out of Sam's hands. Sam was hit twice on Sunday. Twice. That was it. Unfortunately, he was sacked one time, and it was catastrophic. catastrophic, and it cost them the very game at the very end with that lone play. But I think in time you're going to see this is not going to just be some passive, hand it off, get to third down. Like they know they can't live. Right? You even asked, I think, McDonald, is there a number on third downs that you want? And he was like, yeah, don't want them. You don't want to get there. You want to have enough success, to Lyle's point, on first and second down. I would take umbrage with one thing you said, Lyle, just one. A lot of it is really well reasoned, and Warren Sharp is a super smart guy. But I'd take umbrage with one thing you said that just does not exist in the NFL, like it does with your beloved Sun Devils in their run to the playoff last year, like it did in Husky Stadium Saturday night, when you say, I would, quote, like to put people away. That just does not happen by and large in the NFL. You don't put people away. As you saw this last weekend with almost every game coming down to the final possession. Buffalo was ahead, Baltimore was ahead by 15. Put them away. Just put them away. Just put a stake in them. Like, it just, the way that this league is, the parity of this league, the clock in this league, the number of possessions in this league, this is not a quote-unquote just put people away. You just don't have that kind of disparity of size, strength, speed, and talent to do that like you do at the collegiate and high school levels.
But even if you're not going to put people away with this defense, why don't you build more cushion? You don't have to go up 20. Why can't you be up 10 or 12?
You sure love to. And then they can turn it loose and rush the passer and do those things, which we think and we're pretty confident they can do.
I think the problem with knocking the balance or run first or whatever you want to call it is that there's an assumption in there that you're not trying to score. They're trying to score. They're still trying to score. They're still trying to hold the ball and score as often as they can. What they're trying to avoid, though, is some of the danger that comes in getting your offense off the field immediately, even when there's success, hurting your defense in the process, putting your defense in bad spots because you're turning over the ball in danger areas on the field. I mean, like, you're still trying to score. And I think in this offense, they want a lot of the passing to come off of play action. And I do think there's a lot more than we saw on Sunday. I don't know. This idea that, they're not trying to score, I don't think that's true.
Lyle, did you have an issue, and have you through the years? I know you mentioned one season there with Shanahan. Do you ever feel like McVay and Shanahan and this tree of which Kubiak's a branch out of, do you ever feel like they didn't let their quarterbacks cook?
No, they're run-first offenses. They run the ball a lot, and I'm not saying they're not, but again, I hope week one, I know you keep saying don't bring up week one, but that's all we have to go off so far. I really hope week one is not indicative of what the rest of the year is going to look like.
Agreed.
By the way, they didn't run the ball very well in
I
week
know.
one.
Well, that's absolutely true. But to me, that was the problem. My biggest problem with week one wasn't that they didn't call a good game. It's that they didn't run the ball well enough, and they kept handing the ball for some God-unknown reason to Ken Walker, who kept doing nothing with it.
Well, they also ranked, I believe, second to last in the league in early down passing in week one. And, I don't want to see that. You don't have to be first, but why can't you be?
Every time they threw the ball early, it was a total disaster.
The drive died.
I mean, every time they tried the throwback screen, they tried a 5-wide play on first down. Every time they did that, it was a complete catastrophe.
Which is why I've had plenty of my skepticism all summer about what this team's going to look like. And I'm not sitting here saying you had to pay DK Metcalf $30 million a year, but
that's fair.
To not have any other playmakers able to gain any separation aside from JSN,
that's a good point.
You're going to run into a lot of issues like that.
But they're not built that way, right? I mean, they're not built to do that. You're right. I mean, I get your skepticism. They would say, yes, that's not the goal. We don't want to look that way. And McDonald, I think, was so mad last year that his team just wasn't tough enough. My issue, and I wrote about it last night, is, cool, if you're not going to spend on the outside, and I'm with you, they didn't do much there, where did the investment go? Because the offensive line still has 4 guys that were on the team last year and 1 rookie.
Right.
How does that help you run the ball better?
It doesn't. But here's my other question. If all they want to do, or most of what they want to do, is just run the ball and establish the run.
I don't think they're saying that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think they're saying that's all they want to do.
I guess I'm just curious as to why, if that's what they want their offense to be, why they're paying an amount of money to Sam Darnold that isn't insignificant for a guy that finished 10th in MVP voting
Because they
last
still
year.
want Sam Darnold to do what he did at times, not enough on Sunday, where he ran some play action, he used his legs, he brought them down the field at the end of games like good quarterbacks have to do, even in teams where they want to run the ball a lot. I mean, quarterback's still the number one most important position on the field, even for a team that wants to run the ball. But you got to be able to, you still have to be able to throw. Like,
Yeah,
that's
you
not
do.
going away.
It was pretty remarkable, and I think it did strike Brady, and why he sent it to me last night. Of all of this, if it's kind of like the perception reality, right? Like Daniel Jeremiah said to us when he came on, he hadn't watched a game live, so all he had was the tape, and the perception was, 29th offense, 230 yards, did nothing. Sam was terrible. Passing game's horrible. There's no offense. And you put the tape on, you're like, well, that's pretty well executed. That's pretty well executed. That's pretty well executed. And I think the number that's maybe most striking in that way is you were actually top 10 in air yards. It wasn't just dink and dunk, right? If Jackson makes that catch that gets knocked out of his hands, that's another explosive play to go with a couple of his other explosive plays. One thing that was, I was curious to watch the All-22, and I got to see every cut of someone put together every route that Horton ran. That's got to get better. That's got to get better. And it's not like the quality of route. It is, I think, Horton realizing like, this isn't the preseason. I'm not in the Mountain West anymore. And these dudes in the NFL are the best of the best, and they are fast. And many times he was clearing out, to be fair to him. He was doing the for the love of the game routes that I talk about, Salk. So he was running many clear outs and posts and overs and running people out of the equation and out of the play. But if you watch that and the amount of separation or the lack thereof, that's got to grow.
You all right?
That's got to grow. Oh, I just had a little burp.
Little. That was a pretty significant belch for being on the air at the time.
Was it really?
That was one of the bigger ones I've heard.
I mean, one thing, since we keep going back to week one, is the Niners are a pretty good team. Like they have a lot of injuries. I think they could decline as the year goes along. But
yes,
to me, if you still struggle this week, then that's a problem, because I mean the Jets put up 394 total yards, 182 rushing yards against the Steelers. They were 7 for 14 on third down. To me, you should be able to do more this week, and if you're not, then I'm going to be concerned. If you can't, then I'm going to be concerned.
Pittsburgh, a little different defense at home than they are on the road.
And I think Lyle would have a good response to that, which is, hey, look, I know Fred Warner's good, and D. Winters was good, and their linebacker, they did a good job on defense.
And Bombardier.
Right, but I think your point would be, great, well, then why didn't you come up with more weaponry to throw over those guys rather than allowing them to come up and hit you?
There's a lot of newness on offense, too. I'm not surprised that it might take a little while to work it all out.
I agree, and I think we all have different ways of looking at it, which is what makes this a good conversation. It's why we're not killing you for it at all, Lyle. I think it's a very valid point. Just don't bring up the let Russ cook thing. That doesn't help your case.
It's not healthy for any of
really
us.
weird about that. I got to tell you, like it's fine to be against it, but the absolute hatred of it seems crazy.
Well, because it broke up all of the success that the Seahawks were having, and like the whole thing was.
Yeah, Russell Wilson himself had nothing to do with that.
Let's not get in it. It's just not healthy for the family.
It's not good. We're in a
Just
good
for the
place. We're having a good
family
conversation.
business. Yeah.
And we're all seeing it from different places. And Morris sees it that way, and I see it as just not doing enough on the offensive line, which is probably not a surprise because it's what I thought all off season. And Lyle, you're going to see it as not having enough weaponry or trying to build a team that is designed to do that. And Brock's going to have his own way of looking at it. So.
And the only one that actually played, okay? I got an opinion too, all right? I'm a player.
Wow.
I'm a player,
Ryan
and that's going to
Clark
lead
over
into
here.
trash takes.
What's up, Ryan Clark?
Yeah, you put your hat on, boy. Put your hat on, Salt.
Don't call me boy. How
Oh,
dare
I'll
you?
call you, boy. Put your hat on, trash take, boy. Go ahead, put it on.
Jeez, Unbelievable. The abuse
I
I've
played.
taken. The amount of abuse I've taken this week between Monday morning and this morning with Clad and now
Yep.
Brock.
I played.
Jeez. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that I'm just a nice guy who shows up for work every day.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash. Trash takes. It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Saul.
That's a terrible take.
I'm going to lay down my royal flush right away. I'm going to lay it down. And it's not even Ryan Clark taking a shot at
It's
Peter
not, because I would have
Schrager.
won.
Sure would have.
If you had just said that, I thought you were going to go there. It's like, yeah, you win. Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Not going there.
I'm missing
Not
my
going
pen.
there.
Darn it.
I actually found something even dumber.
You
that
should have
Ryan
just
Clark
gone
said.
with that.
Now I'll find you something even dumber.
All right.
That Ryan Clark
Because
said.
that would have won. I'm surprised you're risking this.
Go ahead, Maura. Fire away.
I got to go first.
No, I like my Ryan
Oh,
Clark.
you
song.
want yours? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Here we go.
Put your
I think
headphones
John
on,
Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
Let me just get this straight. Your take is that Andrew Luck was a generational talent, but Tom Brady was not. I'll just let that sit
That's
there.
his take?
That's his take.
They were talking about Arch Manning, and that's how they got to generational talents.
Yeah.
You should have gone with the other one. Much dumber take.
This is pretty bad.
That's
Tom
bad.
Brady
Don't
went
get me
to 10
wrong.
Super Bowls and won 7. Not generational. Andrew Luck was generational, Salt. He was.
Okay.
I feel like he's confusing. Like it, you could say maybe they weren't the most athletic or something, but to me, generational includes everything: their leadership, their mental capacity, their.
Brock, you're making me real nervous here. I mean, that's a really, really bad take. Don't get me wrong, but you had the winner. You at least gave room for this. You had me at hello. All you needed to do was play Ryan Clark crushing
Don't
Peter
start
Schrager.
quoting Schlereth on me. Don't start doing that.
Well, I think I was quoting Jerry Maguire, but regardless, like, Brock, all you had to do was play that sound. The win was right in front of you.
Well, maybe Maura will.
That
Go ahead,
would have been
Maura.
the royal flush. This, hey, maybe it's
I'm
maybe
with
it's
Brock.
four
I
kings.
think this is worse.
Maybe
This
it's
is
four
so
kings,
dumb.
but you should have played to the. You got to know the audience.
All right.
You had a win, and now you've opened the
Wow.
door.
Wow. Okay.
Maura?
Well, I kind of thought Brock had this locked up, so
No.
I did one
No,
that's
it's
a little.
open.
I did
It's
one that's a
open.
little more fun this week. There's a new Fox show called Speakeasy with Emmanuel Acho and LaShawn McCoy. This is LaShawn McCoy explaining why he doesn't think the Giants should bench Russell Wilson for Jackson Dart.
Why would you keep starting Russell
You put
Wilson?
that rookie in there. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Now
Excitement.
Now he learns. But I don't. Come on, man. I just feel like they still have a chance. Great defense to get after the quarterback. Give him some time to work.
Yeah.
Right? I think they did some deep balls. They got neighbors involved a little bit. You bit off of that, but I just don't want you guys to say, "Yo, throw Russ to the bench."
Yeah.
Then we can't see Sierra.
How many games? How many games? You know what?
Not my goodies.
I mean, I
Not
hear
my
you.
goodies.
You gotta start
I
saying
want
it.
to see Sierra.
Don't bench Russell Wilson because he wants to see Sierra.
That's a pretty bad take. It's not as bad as Brady not being a generational talent, though. All right. Give Russ time because everything's fine and he wants to see Sierra. All right.
Is this it for Russ? When he gets benched, and you saw the report, right? The Dable went to the owners and wanted to go in a different direction, and they said, nope, not yet. Probably week 4 when they play the Saints.
Ridiculous.
This got to be it for Russ, right? He's not a bridge quarterback. He's not a mentor bridge kind of quarterback.
No, it doesn't. I don't. It's hard to see what comes next.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
All right, Lyle. What do you got?
This had some traction over the last couple days. So, over the weekend in college football, Florida lost to Southern Florida. South Florida?
South
sorry.
Florida.
Sorry, not Southern. Yes.
Florida
South.
lost to South Florida.
Florida lost to South Florida.
Okay.
They
Not
lost.
a good sign. You never want to lose to directional schools.
No. So let's make that very clear. They lost. Normally, when you do rankings, especially this early in the season, naturally when you lose, you move down, right?
Okay. Especially if you lose to a directional school.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, in the newest AP poll, she's a USC football writer, but she has an AP poll vote. Her name's Haley Sawyer. She moved Florida after losing to South Florida 2 spots up in her AP poll rankings. 2 spots up for losing, and then when she was asked for her reasoning, she said
They involve the quarterback run.
Hang on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it was not a great take. So here we go.
Don't want to go too much into my progress or process or logic. It's not a perfect system, but at the end of the day, like, it doesn't, probably matter in the end.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter in the end. Therefore, I can just move Florida up 2 spots after losing to South Florida because the AP poll doesn't matter. Aren't you a reporter? Don't you have to make real, objective conclusions?
Oh, all right. Wow. Interesting week for trash takes. Interesting week.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah, clearly, because you missed the best one. In any event, Maura, sorry, that's really dumb, but it's not.
It's fine.
Just not in the same
She was trying to
category.
have fun. She was trying to
I
give us a
appreciate
chance
that.
to
Yeah,
win.
that was good.
Thanks, Maura.
I don't need to win every week.
It was very generous of you to give everyone else a chance. I gotta tell you, Lyle's made this close, Brock.
Yeah.
I know you felt like you had the ultimate trump card. And if you had just played Ryan Clark saying Pete Schrager couldn't talk because he didn't play, you know how I feel about that.
Uh-huh.
You know that when Jonathan Coachman said that to me, I nearly lost my mind, especially because all he did was play D3 basketball or some garbage. The coach! The coach! And then call himself the coach, as if that made him a coach. His last name was Coachman. I'm the Sulk. He's the coach.
You played for a week at Pomona.
Sure, yeah, we basically had the same experience, but I didn't. That would have won. So Brock, you really took a huge risk.
I'm a risk taker, Salk. You know that.
Lyle, you're real close, but I think what happened there is she didn't pay any attention. She messed up, and then she was trying to cover for it at the end. And to me, that sounds like laziness more than incompetence, although it's clearly probably an example of both. It's really bad, but she's probably not alone. And at the end of the day, the idea of writers in general voting on this thing is why college football drives me crazy to begin with. Why not just ask the Eastern German judge to vote as well? Like, the whole thing is just dumb. I'm out. So, Brock, you win. Nice job. You thought that you had it. I want to make sure we avoid having to go to an arbiter or anything else.
It's a short sleeve hoodie.
It must be.
I knew it.
Yeah. The East German judge is like, I'm not sure.
Oh, Ryan Clark.
That's amazing you won with Ryan Clark's second worst take of the week. That's not easy to do. That's not easy to do.
Schrager is like the greatest respected.
Yeah, everybody likes him, right?
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's not right.
Oh, gosh.
All right, that was Trash Takes today. There you go.
That's
Trash
quite a
Takes
Wednesday.
every Wednesday. Yeah, it was a wild one.
It's been quite a week.
That's for sure.
You know who's coming on tomorrow? Maybe the nicest guy.
Yeah.
So I put Joel Klatt on a platter.
Adam Amin?
Oh.
We get talk West Wing?
Is he not one of the nicest?
He and I like to talk West Wing. We text West Wing
Well,
stuff.
let's not do that.
Again.
Let's talk Major League Baseball and the race. And
All right.
he's calling games. And
Mariners going to sweep tonight?
And he's calling the Seahawks game as well Sunday. Mariners going to sweep. Logan's going to push.
I think they do too.
Logan's going to go 7 strong.
I think we're going to come in tomorrow morning. There's a real good chance we're talking about the Mariners being tied for first place.
That's right.
Yeah, I think there's we'll see. Who the heck knows? I don't know.
It's baseball.
But go down to the park, support them, man. Like, they seem to thrive on it. If you want to help the team, you can. Just go down and cheer them on. They seem to really dig it. Josh Naylor does, that's for sure. Julio does. They respond. Pretty cool. And then go look at that picture I sent of Josh Naylor. It's on the Twitter feed at the Mike Salk. Thank you, Lyle, for finding that this morning. That was awesome. Big day for Lyle.
Strong day for Lyle.
I know. It's too bad he almost capped it off with a Trash Takes win, too. Lyle, today might have been the best day you've had on the show.
Have you noticed that his
Ever?
days,
Yeah.
his day after show meetings are some of his best?
I know. Yeah, he responds. No,
Uh-huh.
he got some good takes. I thought the offense take was great. Oh, it's good day.
Good
for
job,
you.
Lyle.
Nice job.
Good job, kid.
Keep it up, kid.
Proud of you, son.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy coming up next.
Now you made it weird.
Yeah, you really did. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6.
You're a good boy. You're a
6
good boy. You're a good kid. In the barn.
Oh, that's where the hay is. See everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't think the game was fundamentally lost on that touchdown to Tunges. When to you was the moment this game was lost?
So I don't look at one play and say, that's why you lost the game. So offensively, I'm looking at the way that the 49ers are playing against the Seahawks offense, and they can almost predict what's going to happen. And that 49ers D-line did their thing.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
And now, tales of another way. How long can one go on with the same scent of shower soap? Sure, sandalwood is your signature aura, but today you went Tropical Essence. Glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins September 29th. Save $2 per toll with a Good2Go pass. Learn more at good2go509.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with the complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners took the series against the Cardinals with a win yesterday. Josh Naylor came up big for a second consecutive game, this time a fourth-inning homer to give Seattle a 4-3 lead. Credit Randy Arozarena for a 3-run bomb in the third to give the Mariners their first lead of the game. Series finale today at 6:40 p.m. with a 5:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts,